Hello everyone, welcome to us analyzing the lore and story of Bloodborne and comparing it to a lot of the Japanese texts. As a quick recap from yesterday, we went through the Forbidden Woods in Bergenworth, fought the Shadows of Yharnam, traveled to Yosefka's clinic from the back room, saw that she was transforming the NPCs we sent to her into celestial emissaries. We found out the fate of the true Yosefka, who has also been transformed into a celestial emissary. And from there, we were able to get like the communion rune and make more connections to the idea that the fake Yosefka could be related to the choir, because once we got to Bergenworth, we found Yuri, a member of the choir, who also drops blue elixirs when she's defeated. One thing that I've been forgetting to do is to go back to the messenger bath and look at the new items that are available to us from having gathered the Radiant Sword Hunter badge at the top of the abandoned church workshop. So I apologize for forgetting that for so long. I don't remember if there's any different consumables. It might be the fire paper. Looking at the wiki should tell us that it unlocks the Ludwig's Holy Blade, the rifle, the flame sprayer, the Tomb Prospector set, the Bloodstone Shard. Okay, that's where that came from. Yep, fire paper, bone marrow ash, shining coins. So it's quite a bit of items and equipment that we can buy just from that one item. So we're going to examine the weapons that it unlocked for us. So we get the Ludwig's Holy Blade. It's a trick weapon typically used by healing church hunters. It is said that the silver sword was employed by Ludwig, the first hunter of the church. When transformed, it combines with its sheath to form a greatsword. The healing church workshop began with Ludwig and departed from old Gehrman's techniques to provide hunters with the means to hunt more terrifying beasts, and perhaps things still worse. I do have a bit to say about the Japanese for this, but before going into that, I would like to compare this item description to the rifle, and particularly the final paragraph. Ludwig's rifle. A rifle typically used by healing church hunters. It is said that the rifle was employed by Ludwig, the first hunter of the church. Its long, heavy barrel makes up in range for what it lacks in reload speed. Ludwig's rifle exhibits several departures from the workshop's design, suggesting that the church anticipated much larger inhuman beasts. So, in the final Japanese text, the final paragraphs between Ludwig's rifle and the sword were the same, which suggests to me that there is probably some revision at some point along the lines within the Japanese, and it just didn't get updated into English. And so, well, it did get updated, but just not like uniformly. So the Ludwig's Holy Blade is closer to what they have in the Japanese version, and what we can find on the rifle is not. It does not match up with what is in the Japanese. Hello, Wenders. Welcome back to the stream. It's nice to see you again. So, just aside from like the differences in the times of when these descriptions were written, now we can analyze like what it's all saying about. Hello, Gehrman, the first MX. Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you. And Rubito, welcome back. Let's go indeed. So this item does point out that Ludwig was the first church hunter, and that he established the healing church's hunters and their workshop. Excuse me. So he established the healing church workshop, and from there we can find out that he probably set up a militia, perhaps like a faction that would later go on to become the executioners, and they were not necessarily dreaming hunters and able to resist beasts quite the same as the hunter that we're playing right now. I do like that this description mentions that it's a silver sword, just because of the whole imagery that goes along with werewolves and being weak to silver. Silver doesn't necessarily like actually give more damage effects against beasts. However, there is a kind of like radiant subtype of damage that does influence like how much more damage certain types of enemies can receive. I don't exactly know how it works out. I should look into it a bit more. It's just something I've kind of neglected, unfortunately. And to look at the actual Japanese of it, the final line is of course very similar in meaning. The whole reason why he established the workshop of the Healing Church was to hunt more fearsome beasts or abominations, is kind of what they have it as. And so this could be a hint that the Healing Church workshop was no longer fearing just coming into contact with only the scourge beasts or werewolves or transforming people. This could be a hint that things like brain suckers, gardens of eyes, potentially great ones like the amygdala, those could have all been candidates for these kind of different weapons from Gehrman's workshop. And it is also notable that their style of fighting changed as they came into contact with different types of enemies. Once we get the Burial Blade, it'll like point out that Gehrman's style of fighting was very swift and refined, essentially trying to grant a swift, merciful death to the enemies he fought, whereas that didn't seem to be so effective in the time of Ludwig and the larger types of beasts that they would come to encounter. And so, if with like the tomb prospecting gear, we could assume that Ludwig was a tomb prospector. If we do look at his DLC model, he's got a huge shawl, which does match what's on the back of the tomb prospector set as well. And if they went into the chalices and like fought things like the fluorescent flowers or the celestial centipedes, it would make sense that they would need to kind of alter their traditional fighting style. So this is the tomb prospector garb. It is the attire of tomb prospectors who explore the old labyrinth on behalf of the Healing Church. The Healing Church traces its roots to Byrgenwerth and is therefore aware of the ruins' true importance. They contain much more than mere hunter trinkets. Indeed, they hide the very secrets of the old great ones, sought after by those with the insight to imagine greatness. Hello back. I do believe there are some differences that are a little bit minor, like semantically, in terms of the Tomb Prospector garb. It says Byrgenwerth is the origin of the Healing Church, therefore they know just what is in the ruins. They are not simply a hideaway of treasures that can become the strength of hunters. They are a path of research to try and encounter the arcane of superior beings. Okay, so yeah, that is quite different in terms of like what is suggesting the purpose of Byrgenwerth's research was, as well as like what they sought after in the Chalice dungeons. Coming into contact or to encounter the arcane of superior beings does sound a little bit like unnatural. I can recognize that as a bit of like a literal translation. However, I think it's important to kind of keep the consistency of the idea of the term for like the arcane as representative of like the arcane stat and more or less the whole kind of supernatural forces within Bloodborne. So that's why it's a little bit unnatural. And Soda says, you just noticed that the Tomb Prospector garb looks like Willem's outfit. A little bit, and it is mentioned like I believe in the student set uniform that the Healing Church did borrow their uniform designs from Byrgenwerth, so it does lead to a more kind of natural conclusion that the Tomb Prospectors, they might not have been like necessarily part of Byrgenwerth, but they may have also gone into the tombs before there's like a full-on Healing Church section to like create hunters to allow them to do that, and Ludwig was most likely one of them, and that's most likely how he came into contact with his Holy Moonlight Greatsword as well. What was the next item from here? The Flame Sprayer, we've already looked at that, and the Tomb Prospector set is identical between each item. Soda asks, wasn't Willem a tomb prospector who went into the tombs? Possibly. Unfortunately, like I had mentioned with the Graveguard set, the way that it has been translated into English, there is like you can't make that kind of reading, whereas in Japanese it is more ambiguous. So the part where it talks about Willem kept two loyal servants back at Bergenworth when they were sent into the labyrinth, they encountered the Eldritch Tooth or the Arcane and went mad. So that line right there could have just been like the two servants were following Willem, and the way that I believe the localizers interpreted that form of follow was like as in like obeying his directives as opposed to literally following him, because there is that kind of ambiguity in the term. So I don't necessarily blame them. It's just a bit unfortunate that that's kind of the interpretation the English speaking audience has been locked into. And the Ludwig rifle, we already looked at that one, Deuce. Or were you asking if there's like something more to it? Oh, I don't. It's in the shop. Said it was employed by Ludwig the First Hunter, the Healing Church. Okay. No, it's fine. I understand if like you get distracted by other things, or you might not have joined the stream right when I was looking at it. I know it's still pretty early on since going live. So that's all from the Radiant Sword Hunter badge. Yesterday we did get up to Ram, but I'm not going to defeat her just yet, because I do want to highlight what happens when we gain more insight to perceive the rituals before the state of the world changes. And so, that being said, I do want to look at some of the more side type areas and some of the things that I've been forgetting to do throughout our playthroughs. Just because there's kind of a lot to keep track of, and we saw like the doll just praying to that altar behind me, and I kind of missed it. So I did mention in the Hemwick Charnel Lane there is a kind of like a corpse there that does resemble this hunter's mark on the tomb in the hunter's dream. So to me this does represent that it's very possible the meaning behind the hunter's rune or the shape of it had been different since like the times of Thumer and things like that. Soda says there are wheels and steampunky looking Church of the Hunters. The executioners use wheels. Connections? Are you talking about on the design of the Ludwig rifle? That is something that does kind of reappear on... oh, it's in the shop again. It does, like that kind of wheel type design does appear on some of the like the church-oriented weapons. I don't remember if it's on like the repeating pistol, but it is definitely in like the Ludwig's rifle. I know it does show up on, yeah, there it is again on the repeating pistol. So that's just kind of like a motif. And it is interesting that you brought that up because a lot of people don't necessarily notice those kind of details. I don't blame them, like it's pretty innocuous. Looking at the details of the guns, I think does have some important lore, and I will talk about that in more detail when we gain the items from Cainhurst and most importantly the Otto Workshop badge, which I believe resembles the firing pin Palash and the Evelyn. So I do think there is like a connection between like the Otto Workshop and like the Cainhurst faction of hunters, even if it's just like design influences. And you think the executioners seem to predate the official church hunters? I vehemently disagree with that. Like Ludwig's items clearly state that he is like the first church hunter, and I don't think the executioners were around before that. I believe the Tomb Prospectors set is what Ludwig is wearing, and his kind of motto would go on to inspire the executioners. Well, Ludwig would go on to inspire the executioners, and I believe Logarius's motto, and we'll talk about that more later when we get to Cainhurst. The next thing I did want to look at was some things pertaining to like some of the Korean readings in relation to the English. So for the Korean doll tier, I don't think we have the doll tier anymore because we used it, so it'd be the gemstone. It is the same as English, so the descriptions differences between English and Japanese is a little bit unclear. It might just be an actual mistranslation in my opinion. Let me try to bring that stone up again. So it says a doll sheds neither blood nor tears unless its nature remains unknown. Whoever thinks this is precious must be troubled by severe naivete. So that final line about the severe naivete isn't in Japanese or Korean. So I think that might have been added by the English speakers, but it's unclear. It's pretty uncharacteristic to just add lines like that. So that line is a bit of a mystery. And thinking about that line like in a broader context, the idea that the doll can't bleed or shed tears and saying like you'd be naive to think so might lead into why some people think like the doll is more of a kind of evil type figure or like a more controlling or one who's just kind of sitting back behind the scenes and is like the ultimate great one of the dream. I personally do not buy into those kind of interpretations. And so without that line there, there might be less evidence for that kind of reading. You said you don't consider the executioners hunters, which is why you're entertaining the idea that they predate the church. Alfred, well, of course, Alfred is a bit like sketchy himself. He does say that he's a hunter, and when we get the Logarius executioner like badge, it does state they are healing church hunters. So I think that's very relevant in terms of like interpreting how they are part of this story. And another bit of information with the Korean, I did look back into the Beast Rune, and it does match up with the English. The Korean does, in saying that like the Beast Rune is one of the early, or like one of the first Carol runes, whereas the Japanese says it is the first one. So I think that's just a case where like the Japanese got updated and that wasn't relayed into the other versions. I don't really think it makes a whole lot of difference, but it's interesting that they did continue to change it, and that this does solidify that the Beast Rune is the first rune. So essentially they started transforming into beasts and tried to control it, and then the Beast Rune is what they got about. And there are some arguments to make that perhaps like the suspicious beggar could be Izzy or things like that, because he has the Beast Rune, and I don't remember the full details of that, but just the fact that if it was like one of the first runes to be forbidden, like it must have happened very early on, and so his status is questionable. Oh, it could be because the suspicious beggar is like not so. Hold on, let me rephrase that. Irreverent Izzy is irreverent, so he doesn't really follow the church anymore. And the suspicious beggar doesn't exactly seem to be affiliated with the church, and I think that's where that connection could come into play. Izzy had a bigger part in like the content of the story, which does differentiate it from the beggar. But since we don't really have that information in the final game, like I don't really mind if people think suspicious beggar is Izzy. It doesn't really change things too much, but it's kind of fun to think of. We're gonna go try to see whether Gilbert is back or like the NPCs in Central Yarnum. See if Patches is still possessing all of them somehow. Wonders, see you will carry the lore. Oh, okay, Soda has to go. Alright, thank you for stopping in again, even if it was just briefly. Hope you have a good day. Rubito says, Dark Beasts seem like a very bare part of the lore, or maybe you just don't get them. You might not get them, but to be fair, they are fairly bare in the lore. It's just kind of what we can guess about, like the very little information that we're given.
Have I heard of Bergenworth? Afraid I can't say that I have. The locals aren't apt to share any local history. I'm afraid I may not be of help for much longer.
So this does set up that Gilbert is not very long for this world, at least as a human, despite his beliefs from earlier. It does interest me that we seem to bring up Bergenworth to Gilbert now, after having dealt with Amelia. I mean, it would make sense that we would kind of get that contextual information, potentially from the vision we saw from Lawrence's skull. The only reason why I'm bringing this up is because it seems like when we talked to Alfred for the first time on entering Cathedral Ward, we did somehow have some knowledge of it, but I think that might just be like a little bit of oversight on the developers, because we shouldn't have had that kind of information to begin with, and it would make more sense for that dialogue to appear where Alfred reappears on the way to the Forbidden Woods.
Hmm.
And so Gilbert is still coughing, and he doesn't think he has long for this world. So since Patches has already given us the tonsil stone, he just kind of goes off into the night and does his own thing. And so to just reinforce, the NPCs have been going progressively more and more mad over the night. We're just going to talk to the ones in Central Yarnum and show that it's not just an issue like more focused over the Cathedral Ward.
Stop. You stop right there. Not an inch closer.
So this man is a little more sane than some of the others. Like, he's still able to talk, but he definitely does not seem to be in good condition by like the banging that's going on in the background and things like that. And that's all we're gonna get from here. Somewhat beast-like grunts, potentially showing that they're transforming off-screen. I think I've made my point here. I don't really feel the need to go examine the other NPCs in this area. They're a little bit out of the way. And so we're just going to head back to the Hunter's Dream and go to the Cathedral Ward and try to access the lecture hall from the front side of Yahar'gul in that Amygdala. So coming to the Grand Cathedral is the closest point we can get to the chapel in front of Yahar'gul. So that's why we took this warp. Later we will find Eileen the Crow here once the Red Moon has been revealed. And she will be on these steps, pretty well messed up from her fight with the Bloody Crow of Cainhurst. And if we did not help her with her quest with killing Henrik, she will have gone blood drunk herself, and we will fight her instead of the Bloody Crow in the chapel. It is a bit unfortunate that we can't get that dialogue from her fight, so I'll probably just have to read it out later to just kind of show how she went blood drunk and what she thinks of the hunters, and how much she does know about the Hunter's Dream. Yeah, I'm just gonna go up here and kill the snipers rather than getting shot in the back. Oh good, I killed it. I was afraid it was gonna live and I wasn't gonna be able to finish it off. restores a lot of that HP that I missed right there. My timing with these guys are really bad. Is really bad. May as well just give up with the viscerals and use evasion to deal with them at this point. I think it's been proven that I'm pretty rubbish at that. So, I mentioned this before, but there's an amygdala up there. If we had the 40 insight or post blood moon, we would be able to see it. Trying to enter Yarhagul. There's a closed door, and the amygdala will grab it, so you can faintly make out like the shape of its head. If you had the wherewithal to be able to tell it was a head.
Oh, amygdala. Oh, amygdala. Have mercy on the poor bastard.
It is interesting that you can see the amygdala fully in that cutscene. That might just go to show like the more cosmic horror elements at play. Being transported to the lecture building, we gained some ambient insight. I don't remember if I was paying enough attention to say whether the amygdala gave us insight once we got frenzied. I do believe we have 2 more points than we had before, so it could just be perhaps 1 point for each. The lecture hall is in a kind of different dimension. It's part of the nightmares, which I believe is also connected to the Hunter's Dream. In the internal file names for like one of the early builds of this game, this is called the Historian's Higan, and Higan is like a kind of way to represent like the autumnal equinox in the fall season of Japan and the idea of passing over to the next life. There's a lot of details within this lecture hall, which is shared with Bergenworth with its kind of furniture and the kind of equipment that's on display. In the lecture hall, we do have more clear looks at like what look to be infant experiments, and one of the most concerning aspects about these infant experiments, other than like of course it happening to infants, is if you look very closely at where the head of that little creature would be, there seem to be tiny skulls coming out of the head itself, as though like the spirits of the dead were trying to come through it. It doesn't really have feet properly, and it's got like these 2 little stubby arms which resemble those of a celestial larva that we can see later on. I did forget to point these out in Bergenworth, but like these glass containers are filled with jars of or filled with eyeballs, and I think like this one right here with the torches is like filled with infants and organs and things like that. Very pleasant research materials. You can also like strike these and they will fall apart. It's into like dissected pieces almost. It's harder to make them out from that angle. And there are like kind of 2 different types of these fetus experiments. So you got like a more thin gray one, and then like the more flesh and green colored ones over there. It could just be that they were like focusing on infants with ashen blood and non-ashen blood. We don't have enough information to really figure that out fully, unfortunately. And so we can see that this is set up more as like a school, in lines with the idea that it's a lecture hall. This place is connected to Bergenworth, like one of the item descriptions does specifically state it in Japanese, but that like line was omitted from the English version. Wonders asks, do you think Patch is referring to Amygdala as a god? Are characters like Adele and friends also call the Great Ones gods? I think that is possible. They're certainly above humans, and if you like take the idea of God a little bit away from like the Judeo-Christian version of it, that's like all powerful, I think Great Ones can be considered godlike with their powers that are beyond those of humans. And so, coming into the lecture hall, we still have some of the students here. This is what's called a slime scholar. It's a pretty self-evident, like it's a congealing mass of liquid that resembles mercury or quicksilver. This is not a kin type enemy, but it does bleed that kind of a bright silver. Oh no, I think these are kin now that I think about it. I would need to double check the mechanics of it. They sound so sad. Yeah. One thing that is very fascinating, and I don't think it's brought across from the final version of the game, or it might have been changed somewhere in development, is that within the concept art book, the slime scholar's appearances match those of like the headmaster Willems much stronger. So like the little puddle thing that they have going on in the game, it, compared to like how it looks in the art book, does make Willem look the same. Though like if we go to visit Willem, which we've already killed, like we can find out that he really does have feet and he can T-pose and things like that. So there's a potential like stronger connection between these scholars and what happened to Willem, although it's never told to us what happened and how the lecture hall came to be here and how the students transformed. So this is the lecture theater key. I believe this is what identifies it as belonging to Bergenworth in the Japanese version. So the lecture key is the key to the lecture theater and the lecture building. Today, the two-story lecture building is adrift in the nightmare, but once it was a place of reflection where scholars learned of history and archaeology. Perhaps it still is, as the students in the lecture theater appear to wait the return of their professor. So the professor that is talking about there is very likely Headmaster Willem. The Japanese for that uses like a term for master, not quite headmaster, but it shows that it's above like the students, and I suppose Professor gets that across as well. But it does say in the Japanese the lecture hall drifts in the nightmare, but it was part of Bergenworth when it was a school of history and archaeology long ago. So it does show that like the idea of Bergenworth has become divorced from like the present reality. It's no longer really an institution of learning. It used to be. All of the students are adrift in the nightmare. Whether it was intentionally done or not, we don't know. It might have some connection to Rom, and why Rom is in the lake, and why the lecture hall is not near Bergenworth in the final version of the game. Wender says he thinks it was Herbert who thought that the lecture hall was initially located on where the Lunarium is and sunk into the lake. Any opinions of where it could have been? I think that's a very good possibility. Especially like with the way that the moon doesn't line up properly in locations. There is no other like real good candidate for a spot for the lecture hall. And like the students, they can chill on the ceilings and try to ambush hunters and things like that. And notably, oh, that's the corpse behind it, but the students will drop a lot of quicksilver bullets when you kill them. So yeah, we get 2 Madman's Knowledges, which does kind of connect to the idea that this place is connected to the arcane, or like the kind of experiments that would draw people to go crazy. Pull out the torch, it's a little bit dark. I guess my lantern was on, it was just dark. So the lecture theater key grants us access to this room, which is filled with these slime scholars. And our FPS starts to die. Rather than dealing with them in this room, I'm going to run to the next one and just use the whip's range to kill them. Wenders says he doesn't remember if there are windows in the lecture hall. In which case it would logically confirm that the place wasn't located underneath Bergenworth, or the trapdoor could have led. There are some windows, I think, but like they don't. It's just like pitch black outside. So like when you kill these things, you see like these huge explosions of like silvery type substance that they're made out of. The choppy frame rate. What? Oh, it grabbed me. Okay. I don't even think I've ever seen that grab. And then they can like kind of puke that silvery substance as well. Is that blood it was vomiting up? It did look like it, so it does show like there's still some aspect of humanity in them as well. And like I said before, they drop all these quicksilver bullets, which does lead to the idea that, hey, maybe these things are made out of mercury and quicksilver. I do wish we had like more information about how this transformation came to be, just because it's very different from like those of the werewolves and like the brain suckers. Even like the brain suckers, like they're still people, like they've still got form, but these things, it's like how did that happen? Were they just imbibing quicksilver? Is it something to do with the nightmare itself? It's very, very unclear. So coming into this room, it's like got filled with equipment. We have some auxiliary spheres, which like do represent like the sun in the middle and what looks to be like a Lagrangian point of the planet. I won't call it Earth, but just like a Lagrange point is like where the gravity won't be influenced between like two interstellar satellites, and so they will stay stuck in that kind of orbit as everything revolves. And on this wall, we've got a chalkboard showing some equations. This is related to the refraction of light. I'm not that smart to have like immediately known what it was. I just figured, hey, this like lens thing is related to light, and it could be like they may have been studying light, especially like lasers that we will see with like the black sky eye later on, or mirrors is what some people were thinking. I don't remember who like initially identified like what this was verbatim copied from. Like this is taken from a specific type of equation that's well known, or like a picture of this equation, but it was on Reddit and you could probably find it pretty easily. So in the lecture hall we can find the Augur of Ebrietas, which to me does tie into the idea of Bergenworth and their connection to Ebrietas as being a lot stronger, and just eyes in general. Eyes as in like the chalice, ISZ, not eyes as in eyeballs. So the Augur of Ebrietas is a remnant of the eldritch truth encountered at Bergenworth. Used phantasms, the invertebrates known to be augurs of the Great Ones, to partially summon abandoned Ebrietas. The initial encounter marked the start of an inquiry into the cosmos from within the old labyrinth, and led to the establishment of the choir. So there's a lot of good lore in this item. It does establish that what Bergenworth was doing was related to Great Ones. They were the first ones to delve into the labyrinth in search of it. And so the idea that it's the eldritch truth, I think, is a bit unfortunate. I've remarked upon this time and time again. It makes it sound like a lot more abstract, like it's a cosmological truth rather than like a supernatural force that the characters in the game can experience. I'm trying to remember if there's anything else. It does continued Bergenworth's research, which does become more relevant when we find out later on from encountering Ebrietas for ourselves that they used the Great Eyes Chalice and were the first ones to come into direct contact with her. and so they're kind of like the spiritual successors to Bergenworth, even though they're affiliated with the Healing Church and like the student uniform set, which we did get in here as well. It doesn't the description is exactly the same. It's just that the attire is different. Like this is the Bergenworth one. This is the lecture hall one. It's just that it talks about how Willem would despair about like the state of Bergenworth if he, or like the state of the Healing Church and their scholars if only he knew about them. Before I forget, like with these auxiliary spheres, when we go back to Bergenworth, we will find one, except it will be upside down. Like all of the ones in the lecture hall are upside down. We can find one of these in the little library in the Chapel of Erden, or Erden Chapel, and things like that. So, in some of the very early ideas for the game, like it was a strong possibility that the lecture hall was going to be upside down, and I think the auxiliary spheres over there are like a remnant of that, because the little face on the sun is upside down on those when you look at them. So this is what was talking to us through the door before. This is Patches in this game. We look through this window, we can't really see too much that's going on. For Observant, we can see these little insectoid legs, which will be relevant later.
What a joy it is to behold the divine. It must be such a pleasure. You're in my debt, you know. You're nigh on a beast of the field. But here you are, treading a measure with the gods.
I do like Patches' dialogue. It's got a very creepy, kind of ominous feeling to it. That's a lot stronger in English. The Japanese is a lot more straightforward and a lot easier. Well, maybe not easier to understand, like specifically. There is like a grammatical kind of trick that they use for Patches' dialogue. So instead of saying like what a joy it is to behold the divine, Patches will say it's a blessing for a man to be confronted by the arcane. So the idea of the arcane being represented as like divine to Patches, and like how the amygdala could be a kind of god, is all related to the arcane in Japanese. And to be fair, like the term Shinpi does mean like divine or holy mysteries when like taken literally, which is kind of like equivalent to the idea of mysticism in English.
Are your feet as fat as your wits? Oh, cease this dithering. Take the plunge. Throw yourself to the wolves.
So that line right there is really funny to me, like in English, like it's very foreshadowing of what Patches is going to do to us. Like he will kick us down a hole. Big surprise if you know anything about Patches and how he operates throughout these FromSoft games. Some other notes that I would like to make about his dialogue in general, when he says that you're nigh on a beast of the field, but here you are treading a measure with gods. In the Japanese, he's talking about how like you should thank him because it's not something peasants like yourself could naturally wish to gain, like being able to confront the arcane. And with his last lines right there, take the plunge, throw yourself to the woods, to the wolves rather. He says, it's you're being like so passive, bravely progress and trust yourself to fate. Like I think like the idea of like take the plunge does like carry that meaning, and it does work out that like it's also something that's literally going to happen to us later. It's just a bit I feel like with the English version it is a little bit like confusing. Like you have no idea what he's talking about. He's not telling you to necessarily go forward. You're like plunge where? If you don't really know how to read that. But I think it is good dialogue, even if it's a bit like hard to understand in English. And then like the bit about throw yourself to the wolves, it's just like a kind of tongue-in-cheek joke about how scourge beasts turn into like werewolves and things like that. So leaving the lecture building, we go into the Nightmare Frontier, and rather bafflingly, there is no like door leading back to the lecture theater, which does bring up a lot of questions, like how does that work out? Did the School of Mensis come to the Nightmare Frontier through the lecture hall? Like, did they access the Nightmare Frontier first and go to the lecture hall later, and then to Murgo's Loft and the Nightmare of Mensis? There's no real indication one way or another, unfortunately. One thing that I would like to point out is when we come to the Nightmare Frontier, we will find a ton of wandering madnesses. And it almost seems like they kind of live in this area, or might be like a kind of natural creature for this area. Now, when we examine our surroundings, we see a whole bunch of tombstones, which resemble what we can find in like the Forbidden Graves. Some are a little bit different, a bit longer. In the distance over there, I'll point this out a bit more clearly later, we will see like the Nightmare of Mensis, like that's the church at the top of the dream or the nightmare. And looking out this way, that's Amygdala's lair, and we can't see any amygdala on top of it. When we look down below, I'm not so sure if we can see it from this angle, very, very faintly. You can see the ship masts down in the background, which could potentially connect this area to the fishing hamlet in the DLC. And coming into this area, there are some beasts already, which is a bit concerning just because if this is a nightmare, how are beasts already here? These ones have a silvery color to them. We can walk up closely and examine its face. Oh, I woke it up. This one is using a tool, like a torch. It stands on two legs, and notably it has lightning attacks. So when we deal enough damage, they'll go down. I don't know if you saw, but like its claws, like came out, like it. One of the interesting aspects about their kind of attacks is they can make their bones elongate and wield them as weapons, kind of like Wolverine. And they will like hold their head sideways, and in many ways they kind of resemble the beast patients of old Yarnum. If we look at the ribs, they're completely gaunt and exposed. It's unclear like if they still even have ribs underneath those or how they're animated. They've got these kind of slits in their abdomens as well, from which like we'll find like hateful maggots in some of these in the Nightmare of Mensis. So these beasts do have some kind of semblance of knowledge, of intelligence. That's worth pointing out because they're able to use tools. It's got very tiny eyes, similar to those of the beast patient, although they seem to be like all yellow, rather than like the blue or greenish color that it has from before. When we look at the floor of the Nightmare of Mensis, we've got these like octagonal like shapes, which is similar. I can't remember the in-world, like the real-world equivalent, like what stone, maybe granite it was. That's typically created out of like a high-heat volcanic areas. I do think it's possible it could resemble the bloodstone shards. Like if you look at towards the top up closely, they do kind of taper off into that kind of corner-filled shape. I know there are some like gravestones in here that are like covered with blood, which could also lead to the idea that the nightmare itself could be composed of blood or bloodstone chunks, which is kind of crazy to think about. I don't know how seriously to take that idea, but without it, I really wouldn't know how to explain a tombstone that's broken apart and is like congealed blood. Another notable feature of the Nightmare Frontier is we've got these statues on poles with chains around them, depicting what looks like it could be the moon presence or something similar to it. And that's never really explained either. And that kind of imagery will repeat as we progress through this area in certain locations. So patches should be over there. So we can see Patches already chilling in the Nightmare, waiting to kick us off this little cliff where he's very cleverly laid a booby trap towards an item with some shining coins. Which is kind of one of my favorite Patches traps in the series. So, oh no, I totally missed. That right there is a giant Wandering Madness, and I'll examine that in detail once we deal with this silver beast, if it doesn't kill me. But yeah, we saw it use almost like a fire breath, but it was using the torch to kind of ignite it, which does call into question like what is inside the silver beasts. It could just be that they are so old that even their breath has become toxic, possibly due to like the rotted blood that they've been taking for however many eons it's been. So the large Wandering Madnesses still give like the bloodstone shards, of course. And when we examine them closely, they're like filled with fur that covers them. The skulls are still popping out. They've got longer hands, larger limbs that do almost kind of resemble that of an amygdala, in my opinion. And I'm trying to show it off. Like, there, if you look at the bottom right there, I'll turn my reticle back on. Like right below the reticle, you can see like an eyeball coming out of it, which does interest me as well. These ones will become aggressive and attack the player, and you can be killed by them if you're pretty careless. Although for the most part, they're still a pretty trivial enemy. Another aspect about these silver beasts is to kind of display their intelligence. They are like praying or grieving at some of the graves here, or they could potentially be revering them, because if this was a large gravestone, it could be indicative of that of like a great one. One thing that also fascinates me about like the Wandering Madnesses in this Nightmare is if you look at them closely, you see them breathing this kind of white mist. My interpretation of that is it could be related to blood echoes within them, and that could be like tied to why they like all drop like bloodstones and chunks and things like that. If you look at the back of these graves, are kind of held up together by this sinewy substance, and it just doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, like this entire area really. Oh no. Okay, I lived. And just to tie the idea of like the silver beast to poison and toxic kind of dirty environments, if we look down in this little area here, it's a swamp filled with poisonous water. It's green. We will get these alien-esque invertebrate creatures that are called crawlers, which could be synonymous with like Nyarlathotep of like the H.P. Lovecraft mythology, and a lot more inconceivable horror type creatures in this area with the winter lanterns. Another idea which attaches nightmares to messengers is in the Nightmare Frontier. We will have messengers holding lanterns, illuminating the way. They're docile, you can't really interact with them. And it just ties to the idea that, like, perhaps the Hunter Dream, which is filled with messengers, is also part of the nightmares. Coming into this graveyard area, we will get attacked by some Hunter NPCs. I think there's 2 or maybe it was 3 of them. So that guy uses a throwing knife and a whip. We see him in the Black Church set. The other one seemed to kind of have, like, maybe it was a Yarnum Church set. I didn't really get a good look at it, unfortunately. I think he was using, like, the saw cleaver. So this guy drops lead elixir, which is another reason why people assume, like, the nightmares are associated with it. Or, like, they can only be produced in nightmares, when it should just be nightmares to spare. It's unclear why they would be despairing, maybe because they were left out of the Nightmare of Mensis. I think I missed a Wandering Madness. I'm not too worried about it. I don't think they drop chunks in this area. There will be a silver beast in this, like, little cave over here. And if you're connected online, this will be like one of the first PvP enabled areas until you run up this cave and deal with the bell ringing woman in this area who rings a sinister bell, which will allow hunters from other worlds to invade. Wonder says, just random hunters who could have been fooled by patches. That's also a possibility. I'm a little bit skeptical of that, just because that they're already hostile towards us, and one's wearing, like, the Black Church set, and just how much, like, how well connected the church is to the Nightmare of Mensis to begin with, and all that kind of stuff. So this silver beast is already, like, in its more primitive kind of state, so there is, like, a little bit of aggression going on between them. Like, you can cause them to come into the stadium when you do enough damage to some of them. If you look at its claws, like, they're already elongated. And they will drop, like, bolt blood gemstones, which does connect to the idea of, like, the silver beasts being related to the bolt mechanic. It could also be that... Oh, I'm going to show that off. I'll try to show off that attack again and get a good look at it. When they rear up like that, you can see, like, skeletons appearing in their bodies, and they look to be those of messengers. One idea I have regarding that is they could be eating messengers. That was probably the best I could do. Oh. You can see them coming off from the side right now. And they deal a rapid poison if you get poisoned by that, which is a pretty rare status effect. Did I already get the rune that was over here, or was it a different item? I think I was distracted. So one interesting thing about those crawler enemies is, I suppose I should have, I mean, there will be more, so we can look at them closer later. They don't drop corpses, which isn't too huge a deal. And this Wandering Madness is a little bit of a bait, but... They almost look like they're two types of creatures that have been combined, and potentially like one was human and one was like more of a slug type creature, which could be tied into like using phantasms, and whether or not like phantasms are something more native to this area or nightmares in general. That was pretty fortunate. So I need to move pretty consistently and quickly throughout this area because it's filled with these giant lost children, which will hurl boulders at the player throughout this area. There's 3 in total. Oh no. So it's really easy to kind of like get attacked by random things that are off screen. And one of the worst things about that is these boulders will deal a ton of damage, and their like splash attack lingers. So it's really easy to get clipped by some garbage, really. I don't think there's an item back there, but whatever. And once I get to like the top one and kill it, I'll look at its corpse. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Talk about being between a rock and a hard place, huh? Alright, enough terrible jokes. I was afraid of that. Fortunately enough, there is the other 2 corpses I can examine down below. Before that, though, there is some more like flora in this area. They almost seem to be like the wilted flowers of the Hunted Dream. Perhaps one difference between them is like they're more like I can't think of the term for it, like clustered, so they might not be those flowers explicitly, just something that looks similar. So we can hear the crawlers down below. It's the silver beast. So this is called a giant lost child, or like as fans like to call them, yetis. They're very like skeletal creatures. You can see their ribs are exposed, and notably that like they've got these gigantic claw marks in them, like these gigantic scratches, which have already gone through their bones. They do seem to have like some primitive like foot wrappings and like claw-like toes, which could tie them somewhat to beasthood, although perhaps a different version of it. One idea I have is like these could be like the Thumerian or Lauren equivalents to like the brick troll type enemies that we'll find, but they seem even larger, probably just a product of their transformation. Their faces are quite different though, like they're not fully shaped, they almost seem like melted. Kind of hard to show it off. And like something is almost coming out of their eyes. Need to like get it on a ledge or something, because it almost looks like the fungal type thing that's on it is coming out of the eye and covering it. This is probably like the best I'm going to be able to get. So like there, it's like its nose right there, and it's like very sad looking mouth. And then whatever's in the eye seems to be like covering it from the top. I'm going to just assume that's a loincloth that they're wearing. Although, it wouldn't be the first time that FromSoft had included like completely naked enemies and just not rendered everything, thankfully. So, some people believe that those giant lost children are like slaves or like workers to the School of Mensis, or more likely like the Thumerians that were in this nightmare, just because of like those whips and like those markings on its body. They're all over its back as well. So they could have potentially like built the church that's up there and the accompanying chapel. So this will take us towards where Patches will try to essentially sacrifice us to his god. There he is, just chilling, waiting for the dumb fool to go down and reach for that item over there. I kind of don't want to deal with that right now. It's always annoying, but it's something that'll just kind of have to happen as we progress through the game. So before that, I think I'm just going to go back to the Hunter's Dream because we've got a decent amount of echoes. We just unlock the shortcut to that spot. Because it's really easy to die down there between the poison, the crawlers, and the winter lantern, which we will discover when we go for the messenger's gift item. I might also buy like some more antidotes if we've got the echoes. Since we'll be exploring that area in depth.
Welcome. What? Very well.
Just round out endurance at 20. Go with another point of skill. That should be good for now. I should also double check my gems because I think I've been neglecting that for a while. Alright, so that looks pretty good. Do a bit more damage now. I'll pop a cold blood just so I can repair the weapon. I don't think it can upgrade it. Alright, I still need 2 more chunks. Rather than HP, I think I'll go with the poison resistance just because we're going to be dealing with that a lot. I equipped the impurity rune, which, I mean, it's not going to be a big deal because I have no co-op right now. But it will allow us to gain vermin from like, oh, maybe I should have equipped that before dealing with those hunters. I completely forgot. I don't remember if they'll drop vermin. They might. So if they did, that's really unfortunate that I forgot to equip it to more easily show off Alter's quest line. I could also just farm for those offline, which I might do. Should have visceraled it, but It worked out. Then we can go for the Wandering Madnesses that are up here. So going up to the left, there will be another gigantic Wandering Madness. You can hear it screaming and it can attack us. One thing that I do think is interesting, or not interesting, but rather important about like the Wandering Madnesses and more spectral type enemies in general, is when you hit them, they kind of have like this hollowing or hollow ringing sound. Not ringing like a bell, but it's kind of hard to describe. And it's constant between like all of those kinds of enemies. Didn't let me dodge that. Just trying to take care of that enemy and grab what I can from this spot before going down there. Oh, I should have totally grabbed this rune. It's another, oh well. So, going up to this little trap, we can see Patches waiting for us, which I pointed out. You can shoot him, but it doesn't really matter, so...
The gift of the Godhead cometh!
Alright, Wenders, thanks for sticking around. And so, Patches says, like, the gift of the Godhead cometh. And that Godhead he's referring to right there is also the same thing as, like, the arcane stat. Once I get to, like, a little bit of a safe spot, I'll read. Right, so, Wenders did also say, to get Vermin, you may need to summon Henrik, Yamamura, and or the Madara brother for the boss fights, in addition to the 3 Vermins you get from the Nightmare. Alright, thank you. So, the Gift of the Godhead is just going back to that whole arcane stat thing. I think calling it arcane in that context is a bit, like, it doesn't work out, so I would just say, like, the Sacred Mystery's coming. Which is a bit weird because it's not like we fight the Amygdala here, which... it's whatever, I suppose. Going towards this back area, we'll gain, like, access to the messenger gift item, as well as the Winter Lantern. And I might die to that Winter Lantern just because of their mechanics, and I might miss a visceral chance. I don't remember if I have my sedatives equipped either. That was bad. So there's also some Wandering Madnesses down here. They're kind of hard to catch up to, and there's a lot of them, so it's typically easier to like reload the area. So going into this cave, we will find a lullabying monstrosity, one of the most terrifying enemies in the game. We also see like these glowing flowers, which I'll try to examine later if we live through this. So I was able to use the invincibility frames of the visceral attack to avoid that frenzy damage. But between their grab, they are very likely to just one-shot even high-level characters. I'll just let the poison tick through. We should live. We just got the messenger's gift. And it is a strange gift from the messengers, inhabitants of the dream, who revere the brave hunters. Used to envelop oneself in a black, nightmarish mist, then transform into a messenger. The illusion is a parlor trick, and any large movement will break this spell. To preserve the guise, proceed very slowly. So, this is a very straightforward in terms of translation. I think one of the only real differences is calling it the dream is nightmare. I think I need to double check. Right, they call it the mist of a nightmare instead of the dream mist. It does set up that the messengers idolize hunters, and one big takeaway that I take from this item is the concept of a nightmare mist. And when we get to the Nightmare of Mensis, if we look at the ground in there, we'll actually be able to see like a black mist seeping out of it. So that's what I kind of think too. And it could also be related to the concept of insight. And when we use the madman's knowledges, I'll talk about that as well. These flowers here are also part of the nightmare. We can only see them underground, and while they're underground in these kind of locations, they're luminous, like they have light coming out of them. I believe these are related to the Lumina Flower Gardens and the Lumina Flowers there. And I also think it's possible that these are related to, what are they called? The Cold Blood Flowers and the Cold Blood Flower Bulbs and Flower Buds and things like that. One of the concept artwork pieces, we see messengers underneath these things. So it could be also that they grow out of poison, because we see poison in the research hall, a bunch of skeletons and stuff that they grow out of in the Lumen Wood Gardens with the living failures. There's probably a strong connection between these kind of flowers and the phantasms of the dream. When we get the milkweed rune, it does say that the milkweed stimulates the phantasms within the Lumen flowers to cause them to do their attacks. So I think that does set up some of the mechanics of phantasms being related to flowers within the game. I'm gonna reload and try to get some of those madnesses. If they just have the normal bloodstones, I won't worry about it too much. And I don't remember if the poison goes away. If it does, that'd be an interesting way to kind of cheese this area in the future. Not that I'd do it just because it's so time consuming with the loading screens. But if Bloodborne ever did get ported to PC, that would probably be a pro strat with solid states. So the poison remained, and I'm probably not going to catch these guys anyway. Oh, we got two of them, which is better than I was expecting. Yeah, so they've only got the first tier of the bloodstone shards. Not really worth it. A little bit low on the vials now that we've dealt with all this poison and crap. Damn it. So this brings us back to that swamp from way earlier, just on the opposite side. Get some more antidotes for having dealt with all this stuff. And the reason why I killed that giant up there earlier is because you'd be able to throw rocks at us from this location. And looking out, we can see some more of the Yetis up there with their boulders, and another one way off in the distance. And then the poisonous swamp type areas covering with crawlers. There aren't a whole lot of good items in this location. I do believe there's like a rune, might be over there in that cave past that guy on the top of the rock, so that's where we're gonna head. Hey Meph, nice to see you again. Nightmare Frontier fan favorite, indeed. This place really doesn't bother me too much. Like, it's pretty easy to run through for like one of the FromSoft swamps. Like, the real challenges comes into like trying to complete everything, of course. And trying to like fully explore it. But that's kind of true of like almost any area, really. With that guy, oh shit. Bad roll. Bad timing. Alright, enough trying to like get good and just kill it. Okay, this is the sea rune that I was concerned about. Oh, you like the atmosphere? It kind of reminds you of 401 from Demon Souls. I've never played it. I've heard stories that it's a pretty arduous place of itself, though. So once we get up here, we can get a better like look over the area. Lots of poison, and another corpse over there. And we've already pissed off that giant, probably for killing his friend. So we can more easily plan our route, although it's pretty straightforward, really. The hard part is just dealing with the boulders. Some thick cold blood from the crawler we killed. I'm off center. It does annoy me like how long it does take the poison to go down, just because it feels like you have to wait a really long time for it. How do we get up there? This way? Oh, great. Oh, and now we finally get that cold blood flower bud that I had mentioned before. And unfortunately, like even though it's the kind of same item throughout all variants of it, like the icon is like the biggest thing that changes to give weight to what I was talking about. Cold blood flower blood, it's a material used in a holy chalice ritual. Pale vegetation that commonly grows on cold blood in a place long ago abandoned. And so, as I had mentioned in one of the earlier streams, like cold blood is synonymous with death blood, or death in general, so like the blood of the dead is what it grows from. And that idea could just spark into like how from death in Bloodborne you gain like the vitality of life. And so from like the dead's blood and blood in general, it can support life and sustain life, and so that's how like these cold blood flower bloods can grow in places that have been abandoned without sunlight and things like that. And that may be why like they can produce their own kind of light, or like the symbolism behind that. And this is a little bit of ahead of myself, but like in the Japanese, instead of like saying just lumen flower specifically, it's instead of like the kanji for like sunflower, it'll use star instead. So starflower might be what they were going with. Not trying to deal with that lantern for now. Or probably... No, that worked out, yeah. I don't have a whole bunch of vials, so that's why I'm not trying to deal with it. And I'm gonna unlock the shortcut and come back this way anyway. So we finally get some chunks, and... Okay, I do have a decent amount of sedatives, actually. I'm trying to plan the route. Once I unlock the shortcut, I'll really try to show those guys off and all that. So that's Frenzy. Them just looking at you can cause it to happen. You get these kind of Frenzy spears that'll stick out of your body. Yeah, got distracted by chat. So yeah, we've got like another swamp area. Did the bandits just fall off the map? Yeah, okay. They're wearing shoes, if you remember correctly. Feels like slow poison indeed. Look at the scenery. What is there not to like? Hello, Souls at Zero. Glad that MEF7'd you. Welcome to the stream. We've been looking at a bunch of the lore and environmental details of the Nightmare Frontier for now. And this leads back up to where the Amygdala's resting chamber will be. And that's the boss of the area. And we'll deal with that in a short moment, but there's still more to explore. Finally, some more blood vials, and we've got like a sentry for a Lauren Silver Beast. That kind of interrupts its transformation when you just spam it. And then coming up this little ramp up here will lead to a shortcut elevator near that cavern towards the beginning of the area. And one thing that I do like to point out about it is the imagery surrounding this area does seem very tied to the moon presence. But it could be something else. I wouldn't really know what. It's just something to keep in mind, and it does really bring into question like how long the moon presence may have existed, and I wonder whether or not that was something that was kind of overlooked in development. If like Lauren or Thumu or whatever this area is connected to was before the time of Gehrman, then like why would they have moon presence imagery? If that only became a thing with Gehrman, it could suggest that the moon presence has been around for quite a while, and it is kind of Gehrman's blundering which caused him to like come into contact with it and put himself in that situation that he's in. And did I see the different skin for Moon Presence that recently popped up on Twitter? Pretty wild. Are you talking about like the Eyes variant, like the one for like the Chalice Dungeon Cut Boss? If not, I don't think I have actually.
Welcome. What? Very well. Let me.
I think I did finally get 2 chunks to level up the weapon. So just to like kind of show how much like the scaling matters on this weapon, it really does improve it quite a bit, even though it's still got a bit to go. Alright, Mef's got the link. Checking that out. Fortunately, I'm just on the PS4, so I can't show off what's going on. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, it's like covered with messengers. I like that a lot. That's really unfortunate we didn't get to see that. Yeah, because that ties a lot more in with like the concept art and like what we can see in the upper cathedral ward. Oh, and it's got like the I don't know what they're called, like terranomas, like the blood sacks that you can see on like the undead giants down in the chalices. Oh, I guess they aren't messengers. They just kind of looked at it on the first picture. Oh, never mind. I think that's still a cool idea, though, what I just said. Thank you for showing me that. Soul said you didn't know that. It's amazing. It makes so much sense. Which is it? I'm sorry. Kind of missed the context there. I think we got another stamina rune, which I like to equip those. Oh no, it's just the HP one. But 10% is really good. And I'm not too worried about the echoes at this point, like. So we're gonna go with that. I don't think I can buy sedatives yet, which is unfortunate. Need to double check. Maybe with the insight, but I'm trying to hoard that, so. Right now we're at 31, so we do have enough to like see everything, but just to deal with like the winter lanterns easier, I won't level that up until we're through with the Nightmare Frontier. Yeah, Rubido says it looks spiky. Well, that's probably just because like the model isn't like rendered like it would in the game, so it's just probably got like the tendrils in like a kind of unfinished state. He said, "Oh, that makes sense. You didn't think of that? Yeah, yeah. Okay." And Meph with that classic wiki master knowledge saying that we need the Cosmic Eye Watcher badge for that. Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, did I totally forget to get that? Oh yeah, because I didn't go all the way like through the top part. Okay, yeah, yeah. Since I was worried about patches before, there's like another small area we can visit. Do you want to go? Yeah, let's go up. Some minor blood vials. I hear madness. Probably just regular shards. Soul says, you mean if these things on her are messengers? Wouldn't make sense that she has them on her. But yeah, as you mentioned, a lot of things got a bit messy lore-wise. Yeah. I don't think those are messengers. Like, looking at the other angles, it just kind of looks like the tumor-like growths. But I really wish that they were, though. That would have been some stellar tie-ins. So we get some Madman's Knowledges, and then we see like these crawlers all clustered over this thing over here. Oh, got one angry already. That was a pro whiff right there. Take advantage of the crowd control feature of that whip. So this corpse has frenzied cold blood, and I do like that they have like all the crawlers clustered around it, because this almost sets it up as like the blood is a feeding source for these creatures as well. And that this one has frenzied cold blood 9, it's just the tier below the kin cold blood, which does show that it's really like high in nutrients, so to speak. And like they of course only drop the thick cold blood level 4, so they're not like at the same level. Well, they might be. It's just like whatever we could harvest from the corpses. It's kind of a headcanon projecture or conjecture, I suppose. We get the stunning deep sea, and this guy is who we could have attacked from earlier, but couldn't exactly like get to the top part, which is why it jumped down. I'm still missing the what you call it, item on that cliff. I think it's pretty minor. It might be like a gem, and I'm not gonna worry about it for now. So Madman's Knowledge. I'm just gonna run through this area to get back to that winter lantern and try to show her off. If I die, it won't be too big a deal. And so yeah, like I said when Method like first joined the stream and was talking about like this area as a fan favorite, like just running through it, as long as you know what you're doing, it's really pretty short and sweet. It's just like going through the trouble of collecting everything that's the real issue. Mef says, yeah, From was changing stuff very closely to the release date as well. Oh yeah, extremely close. It kind of surprises it turned this solidly. Yeah, I mean that's partially like more or less just like left to the fans interpreting their own story for them in a lot of cases, but I do think despite everything, maybe not so much on like the day one, but it became a very polished game with the added patches and the DLC, of course. Did I deal with patches? Yes, we already got kicked into the pit in typical patches fashion. No horse technique in this game, unfortunately. Ruby says the frontier is always much bigger than you remember it being. I almost feel like it's the opposite. Like for me, it seems smaller than it is, but that's probably because a lot of the time I just run through and do what's necessary. So I might die, especially just with the head off, but... So this is the Winter Lantern. If we get up close, like super close, it's probably easier as an invader. You can see like its head is filled with like skeletons of messengers and things like that. Well, I think that was about like as pro a move as I could have possibly made with the monocular out. So one also cool facet about like the Winter Lanterns is they will drop the cursed blood gems. And this is some deep headcanon, like you do not have to believe this at all. I think it's a possibility, and just I'm trying to like put some distance there. It's a possibility that like the little circles within the icon itself is representative of eyes, or like the beginning of the formation of eyes within the blood. So that could like get tied into like why the gardens might have such or not gardens, but the Winter Lanterns might have like a ton of eyes, or even like the Gardens of Eyes in Bergenworth, I suppose, now that I think about it, and like the idea of like everything going on in the research hall and the DLC, and like adding water and a bunch of other mystery substances into their heads, probably with the blood, can give them eyes on the inside. So there's nothing to verify that, unfortunately. It's just a strong possibility, I think, especially because like when we do look at those lantern church servants with 15 insight, they're normally empty lanterns suddenly gain eyes on them, on the surfaces of them. So that's just some headcanon that might make sense. I don't know. It might not really be in the game. It's just a strong possibility, I think. Okay. Oh shit, I totally didn't... Well, it wasn't glowing at me and I didn't hear any of the spears. That's unfortunate. I got jebaited. Thought I'd get that viscera off too. Oh no. Such a good run. Seemed like such a pro player this run so far. Besides like all the missed parries and that. It's all good. It's all good. So yeah, dropping down that like little cavern is gets you into another area with more Winter Lanterns, and you probably heard it like doing its like little lullaby thing. Do I just need to run and jump over there? Yeah, okay, I think that's what it is. For some reason, like in my head, I always think that this little corpse over here is over by the big gap, but it's not. It is funny, like if you ever do like the online PvP in this area, like sometimes you can cause like the hosts to get screwed up and just fall to their deaths if you activate their elevators for them. Especially because this is a pretty big area, despite like what I said to Rubito. Like in my head, it's smaller than it is, but it is kind of hard to find the host of their world sometimes. So these crawlers over here are also like surrounding a wandering madness. So I also think that that might be why they have the like little skeletal figures inside them. Oh, that lunging attack didn't really work out. Damn. I don't have a lot of antidotes, but I'm close enough. Like, I'll just YOLO it. I'm not going to worry about the crawlers. We've seen what they do for now. I'm going to go back into the cave, probably get killed by either some of the bigger crawlers in here or the winter lantern. That I think there's only like another like lake or a sea rune down here. And maybe some more ritual materials. Cold blood, not a big deal. I think there's like 2 crawlers over here that can be a bit annoying to deal with. So this is the sea rune. Oh, I didn't even bother to change my equipment to get more poison resist. I mean, it's not a big deal. It's pretty much the same no matter what you do. It just takes a bit longer. Oh, Kin Cold Blood. So this is like one of the first areas we can get it. We haven't examined it yet, but of course, like now is not a very good time to just stop what we're doing to look at it. I think one of the most important aspects about being able to gain Kin Blood in random places like this. This isn't necessarily the best example because. Oh no. Oh no. Too early. So that winter lantern did have my echoes, and that's why I was like glowing with those crazy eyes. Now is the best time. if you're a fan of Schadenfreude, you damn sadists. So yeah, I keep getting distracted. Like the whole the idea about like Kin Cold Blood and being able to find it in random places, to me indicates that it's not necessarily like tied to the biology of whatever we find it from, but that like it's just a measure of how many blood echoes are in the items. And so like this isn't necessarily the best area because like, you know, surrounding that Kin Cold Blood we found like a bunch of crawlers. And while they are not technically kin type enemies, like they do very strongly resemble them. They're invertebrates. I don't remember what color they bleed. It might be like a silvery or like a probably more like the green color of like the poison. But in other areas like in Cainhurst and like further on in the Nightmare of Mensis, we'll find the Kin Cold Blood just on like the bodies of random people who are definitely not slugs. So I think like this is evidence to say that even though Rom drops Kin Cold Blood, that should not mean like that doesn't mean she's not a great one herself. So this is the description of Kin Cold Blood, and before going into that, let's just compare it to like the Frenzied. It's got more of a white hue to it, more bubbles going on, things like that. In the middle, it almost looks like it could be like a proto-type phantasm. I'm a little bit doubtful of that, even though that was something I thought for a short while. I just bring that up for potential others' enjoyment of that idea. So, Kin Coldblood is Coldblood of inhuman kin of the cosmos, brethren of the Great Ones. used to gain unspeakable blood echoes. Dare not to delve into the world beyond humanity, the eldritch truth touched upon long ago at Bergenworth. I personally believe that English description is a bit difficult to understand, so I will kind of just read my Japanese retranslation for that. Um, Through this, beyond man, is the arcane which Bergenworth once encountered. So I think this is to just link to the idea that Bergenworth did study the blood, but more importantly, through the blood, they came into contact with the arcane, that kind of supernatural force within Bloodborne. And of course, as I've mentioned time and time again, Eldritch Truth is more of like a localization flare, and that should be thought as being more attached to the arcane stat. And, oh, hi Sinclair, it's nice to see you in the stream. Welcome. Tell Richie I say hey as well. Oh, is he here too? Rubito says we got more viewers than ever. Yep, this is pretty nice. Getting some more exposure. So yeah, that's Kin Coldblood. That's like one of my biggest gripes with its translation, and just like the kind of general theme of the arcane being a little bit mishandled throughout the localization process. I do not blame the localizers whatsoever for missing that detail. When I was looking over Bloodborne's text, I missed that, you know, the term Shinpi appeared all over the place for months. Like, I was probably like over a third or maybe even halfway through like just translating the text of the game before I bothered to look at like some of the stats and saw that arcane was Shinpi. And like by some fortune, I just like was able to realize like, hey, I've seen this term come up in places and it always seemed a little bit weird to me. Oh yeah, it's attached to this, like this concept of the arcane is what this is all a reference to. Because like on its own, like the way that it shows up in Japanese, it's really hard to kind of like understand what it's talking about and like how to phrase it in English. And so they translated it about a dozen different ways. So Godhead, Divinity, like Eldritch Truth, Eldritch Wisdom, Uncanny. Those are all the different ways that it's come up. Mystic as well. So, like, they all kind of tie to the same idea, but it just didn't quite pan out. Oh, I don't even need this one, do I? I almost did it again because it's not attacking. So, yeah, some people tend to think that if you did the make contact gesture to the Winter Lanterns, they will lose their aggro. Is that it? Is there nothing else? Okay, yeah, I think that was it. I think it's just kind of a dead end to kill players. So I don't even think I really needed that. I think now we can deal with the Amygdala, the boss of this area. Oh yeah, Meph says the myth was totally busted, that like using make contact will stop the Winter Lanterns from attacking. Their frenzy feature will continue. You don't get the frenzy spears in this area, which is kind of an interesting like detail. Like in the Nightmare of Mensis, even those Winter Lanterns will like shoot those at you. So I'm just gonna try to catch back up with chat before proceeding forward. Richie's sleeping. Okay, that's fine. Tell him he's welcome to come into the stream whenever. I know it's a bit of a hassle with his Australian time zone. Rubito says it'd be nice there are some more secrets unlocked with the make contact. I agree. I do have some like super deep lore takes with that, and we'll get to that much later, of course. Meph says people come up with the weirdest of stuff, and we tested it all out. I really do appreciate the efforts you guys went to. You guys have a really good resource, not just for lore, but just like hidden mechanics and things in general. Like the insight page. I think your guys' site might be like one of the only ones that says like what badges unlock what directly, which I appreciate. I guess I didn't need to heal. So when we come into this arena, the Amygdala will like kind of jump from the top of this tower. He isn't present from any other angle right now. He just kind of appears out of nowhere, no matter what insight level we have, which is a little bit unfortunate, but I guess it couldn't really be helped. before going inside, we see like the tombstones everywhere. We've got more depictions of this moon presence-esque type entity on these poles, which can kind of like stop us. Going up front into it, we've got like the same kind of a statue which appears over the elevator, and I believe this thing also looks like the moon presence as well. These acorn looking like things aren't really explained, we just take it as decoration, I suppose. Rubito says, you know, some nerds were claiming that using make contact while searching for multiplayer with the bell helps matchmaking. The shit this community comes up with. Zuhu, nice to see you again. It'd be nice if Insight did some more things. I feel like they had a lot more planned for it. Yeah, I feel like there was a lot more they wanted to implement or had ideas for, but they just didn't have enough time to do. Making wandering nightmares come towards you. Yeah, that's another like gesture-related headcanon some community members had. I mean, it was really cool. It's just a little bit of a shame it didn't quite work out. So we see the arms pop up out of nowhere, and it comes down, crashes down. This is a great one, like one of the first ones we will see without like all that insight. Oh, that broke really easily. Okay. So, the amygdala is one of those camera bosses. Before I forget, I suppose we should like talk about like potential themes of what these represent. I mean, they do seem related to spiders because they have so many limbs. The amygdala is part of the brain which processes fear and creates like the fight or flight response, which is very thematically tied to like hunters and the kind of horrors they'll come up to or face to face with. Oh wow, that was a lot easier than I was expecting it to be. I should have backed off and showed more of its mechanics, I suppose. I apologize. I don't really feel like I'm that over-leveled, but I guess I am. From the amygdala, we get the ailing lord and chalice. Some things which we missed from that fight was once you do enough damage to it, it'll rip off some of its back arms and like use those as weapons in its front hands. Each one of its hands does have 6 fingers. Like they've got almost like an extra thumb on the outside of their hands to almost show like each hand itself is ambidextrous. And I'll stop for a moment and catch up with the chat. That sounds like something Kojima would do. The thing with the matchmaking, yeah. Kojima Miyazaki combo would be brutal. Do you think there's any reason why we might be able to see this amygdala without a high amount of insight or just gameplay? Well, there is a good case that like since we're already in the nightmare and we're potentially like away from Ram's influence, we can see them. Because once we defeat Ram and like break the veil over Yarnum, we can see the amygdala for ourselves. And now that we do have, like, we've gone through this area which has, like, the winter lanterns that would kill me a lot easier with the frenzy mechanic, I will go ahead and pop up a lot of the Madman's knowledges that I've been hoarding. I do want to move ahead just because it, like, takes time to go through some loading screens, but I'm afraid I'll forget things. So with the amygdala, in Japanese, the name is amendozu, which is probably like almond, and important to note with like almond, amygdala does mean like almond in Latin, and it's associated with like the tonsils and like the part of the brain, the amygdala is tonsil shaped or almond shaped, and that's where it gets its name from. So those are like some of the translation and intricacies regarding its name. The arena we're in, there's not a whole lot going on besides like what I already pointed out. It's a pretty wide area. I do like that there is this tower-like structure, and if we look towards the top of it, we've got these figures which do resemble like what's on the front of the Healing Church's doors. I think they could be like related to the umbilical cords. We'll see some more of them in like the Upper Cathedral Ward. Above those, we have the shapes of the heads of the amygdalas, and it could show a potential connection between like a transformation either from like the umbilical cords or from men. Like these also resemble what we'll find in like the statues near Bergenworth and like the fishing hamlet later on in the DLC. So I don't know exactly how that imagery ultimately ties together. I don't think FromSoft were super consistent with highlighting that, but it's just important environmental details that we should keep in mind. Going back to the chat, the game they create would just implode and create a black hole. The Miyazaki Kojimba combo, or yeah, extremely clean fight. Thank you. I surprised myself actually. For me, I've always like kind of just tried to focus on its hands. Like a lot of people get focused on like the big head and like baiting out the attack. But like with the cane, it's really easy to focus on the limbs that are just dangling throughout the fight. Someone call it ambulance. Amy got brutalized. Amygdala is the last giant 2.0. Oof. Yeah, their hands with the 6 fingers is interesting. And that motif will also get shared with the brain of Mensis once we knock it down from its loft.
Welcome home. Very well.
I suppose I am doing pretty well with the levels just because I haven't died a ton, or when I have, I've gotten my echoes back. And I do need to remove the poison rune because it's not going to be a ton of help at this point. Maybe I should buy some of the items just to show us off. I can't afford the prospector garb. How much is it? I can't really make that out on my TV. 38,000? No, 18. Okay, yeah, the top right. Okay. I'll just pop a cold blood and just show that the shawl on it does resemble that of like the executioner garb. All that. Alright, that should be enough. And then next we'll be going into Cainhurst. I really have not been paying attention to my equipment this run. It's not that big a deal, just because I haven't been dying too badly. Okay, so this is the Tomb Prospector garb. Like from the picture, the icon itself, you can't really get the idea of how it's related to the Healing Church so much. So when we examine like the back here, this shawl is more indicative of its ties to the Healing Church. There isn't a ton going on with the front, I don't remember. So we do have like some like the tools and like on its waist, on the belt. But I do like the set overall. I think like this shawl in the back is supposed to be what Ludwig is wearing in his fight, if you can even really say he's wearing it so much anymore. The wood-esque material making up the arena and some other parts of the Nightmare helps me see some of the parallels between the Abyss and Dark Souls and Nightmares and Bloodborne. Oh, thank you for bringing up like that wood type thing. That is a good point, because we do kind of see that feature get reused when we access the Hunter's Nightmare. And so I think there is probably some connection between like the amygdala and that kind of like landmass in general. But that's pretty much just it. Like, oh, it kind of appears where both of those things show up. Not much beyond that. It's the best garb in the game. Don't at you. Perish. Very stylish. Let me just check my notes. I think I was forgetting other things throughout the playthrough that I wanted to show off. Okay, yeah. When we go to Hemwick, I want to show off the Mad Ones. Oh, I'm a little bit out of the way for that. The Hunter's Mark in the Dream versus Hemwick. Oh shit, I should have done that. I did show it off early in the stream, but some of the hanged men in Hemwick do resemble the depiction of the one hanged man on the Hunter's Mark on the tombstone in the Hunter's Dream. And I just kind of wanted to reinforce that as we went along. So oh, I deal a lot more damage now. I can just... Okay. Yeah, I don't need to fish for viscerals, and I'm terrible with these guys anyway. Has a pungent blood cocktail. That's interesting, but I don't think super relevant. So this is like one of the corpses that I was talking about that I think shows it off pretty well. I guess we're in the night cycle now, so it's a bit harder to see. So it's got like this P shape, and it's the way that it's like hung upside down, I think does match up what we see on that tombstone specifically. Meph just created Alfred cosplay with his sliders, blood level 60, just to cooperate, invade in Cainhurst. Yeah, that's nice. I did make like a Juro once. I didn't really do too much with it. I did like that it had like the slider page, and we can kind of goof around with stuff like that. Alright, so that's like that execution right there is like one of the biggest obstacles to getting to the crossing for the carriage to Cainhurst. I do like how their axes can kind of double as shields for them, just because they're so big. And that's like a very rare mechanic for Bloodborne especially. The reason why I'm coming back this way is to just kind of show off that during the full night cycle, the Mad Ones will spawn in Hemwick and like in the graveyard. I totally forgot to pop all the Madman's knowledges. That's what I was going to do. So yeah, this guy will come out of the ground. I don't think that they're insight related here. Meth might know more about that. But the important thing is, like, once we get to the night cycle, they will appear. Like, we came through here the first time during the evening cycle, and they were not present at all. So they are related to insight still? Okay. That's good to know. I thought so, but I wasn't, like, 100% sure. Zuha says you think you can block with a... Yeah, the Ludwig's Holy Blade also. You never pulled it off, though. Yeah, that's another hidden mechanic of the weapon. I don't think I've, like, bothered to use it just because blocking isn't so effective or, like, necessary in this game. So coming to this crossing with our invitation summons a ghastly carriage to greet us. And on that door we get the sigil of Cainhurst. And very spookily, it opens on its own accord. So you can attack these horses, and it's an extremely bad idea. One takeaway from that is, like, if you hit them, they will sound like a wandering madness, and they will fade away into like a black-white mist and into the ground. And then the entire carriage goes away, and you can't access Cainhurst at all for this playthrough. So some people like wonder, oh hey, who's watching the hunter? Well, they go into this cutscene, but I mean, like, by that same token, like, who's watching the hunter when you're just moving the camera around? Like, you just kind of have to accept some things as like storytelling and take them for granted, really. I don't think there's anybody literally in the grass peeking out watching us. Yeah, it's a very good idea to never hit them. Somebody does have a video on YouTube where it is uploaded, so if you are curious about that, you can check it out. I think it's just called like Cainhurst Don't Hit the Horses, something like that. So we saw from like the first time through Hemwick that the bridge leading into Cainhurst was fallen apart in multiple locations. So we can kind of just assume like these horses are flying like the Nightmare Mount in like the World of Warcraft, or like Santa's reindeer essentially, but a lot less wholesome. And then we get this beautiful shot leading up into Cainhurst, the Forsaken Castle, or like the abandoned, destroyed castle, which I think to be is like a very like strong reference to like Bram Stoker's Dracula. One thing I would like to note before like anything else is the moon in this area will always stay a white color So I think the red moon appearing over like Yharnam later on is indicative that it's something central over Yharnam itself, and it's not like an endemic throughout the entire world. The carriage that we rode to get in here is completely frosted over. Looks like it hasn't moved in ages, and the horses are completely dead and covered with snow as well. So this does lend to the idea that perhaps like the Cainhurst they take us to is in the nightmare. It's kind of hard to make claims either way, really. I could understand like support for both. I like to think that we're still in the waking world, however. Finally, Castlevania. Yes, Vile Castle Cainhurst. You thought you could reload it and do it again? I don't think so. I think like once you kill the horses, that's it. Like, pretty sure. I thought that was documented. I could be wrong, but if you want to potentially, no, I did go into someone's stream once and I told them about that. I was trying to tell them to not hit the horses, but like with the delay in chat, he attacked them anyway, and I don't think he could get back. So it might be like, yeah, permanent. Like you're boned if you do it. So we light the lantern here, and we get into a very, very different kind of area compared to like the rest of Yharnam. And it's a castle courtyard. The statues are no longer like the little robed women with like the little skeletons crawling all over them and things like that. And when we examine these statues, they've got like their palms like facing us, which is like a symbol of humility and honesty. This guy seems to be like either a regal king or a sage-like figure. Since of course we never see the king of Cainhurst, like we can assume it's him if there ever was one. This woman right here seems to be a queen. She's got a crown. One of her hands is outstretched. We will find this kind of figure in different places throughout Cainhurst. And most importantly, we will also find like small golden statuettes of this figure within the Chalice dungeons themselves and the side treasure rooms. So that, to me, explicitly links like Cainhurst to Thumaru. And I think that we can very safely say that Cainhurst, the people of Cainhurst, are descended from Thumaru to some degree. The statues of Bloodborne, you love those? I do too. Scourge of Woman. I wouldn't necessarily phrase it like that, but one of the other differences compared to other areas is the enemies we will find throughout Cainhurst. Rather than seeming more like werewolves, they will be... Bro, where are they? Okay. We see these more insectoid type creatures that scurry about. And these seem to be women with their long hair, although they could have been men with like long hair for themselves. And they hit extremely hard. Yeah, I just died because I wasn't paying too much attention. I tend to think they're women just because like the fact that their bellies are full of so much blood is reminiscent of like mosquitoes and like pregnant imagery and like the potential ideas for like a child of blood or ectopic pregnancies that we get with Queen Yharnam later on. Souls ask if it's going to be a new series for Sinclair, the Statues of Bloodborne. There is actually like a lot of significance to the Statues of Bloodborne. If you've like looked at some of the previous streams, I've gone into like a lot of depth analyzing them. And this numbing mist on this corpse does tie to the idea that Cainhurst is related to numbing mists. Like they did guard that recipe. Where did the other one come from? How did I miss it twice? Like, I was even looking for it both times. And these bastards, you can't really stun lock very well, and you can't visceral them. I don't even think like from behind you can visceral. So they're really hard to deal with. So you just kind of have to like stay mobile, or I think with like some of the heavier weapons you can just like use the charged R2s to knock them down, and that'll be effective. But other than that, yeah, they're pretty tough enemies, especially for like this part of the game. We get some frenzied cold blood, which just kind of shows either game mechanics of like trying to progressively reward the player, or that whatever was going on in Cainhurst was of like a pretty high quality, especially compared to some other areas. Cainhurst Courtyard is a visual metaphor for being an acne-ridden teenager. Would you mind elaborating on that, Ruby? Meph says they always give you trouble. Yeah, they're pretty tough. They have eyes, pores behind them. Pop. Yeah, they do have eyes, and they do seem to be more like insects, even though they do have some resemblances to, like the scourge beasts and things like that. One of the also other terrifying things about Cainhurst is we get the hateful maggots appearing in multiple numbers, and of course, even just like the one is annoying enough on its own. And when we come down further, we'll find a score of them hopping about. I don't think that guy's gonna notice me. And so this ties to the idea that Cainhurst is filled with impurities, or dirt, or terrible muck and grime, and it leads into them like having vile and corrupted blood, because the other places these enemies show up are in like the nightmares inside the Lore and Silver beasts as like types of parasites, and in the caverns of Yosefka's like clinic area with the poisonous swamp, or like the poisonous muck down there below. It's also kind of hard like for the camera to track these things. And even though like I'm using the whip, which has a long range, they can still pretty easily like jump in between the gaps in attacks. So they're very annoying to deal with. Oh, and this might be one of the better areas to try to show off that perhaps there is a kind of eye pattern going on to the side of on their sides. Like these, it's a little bit hard to make out, but like right by the reticle, like there's these little dots around like these eye-type shapes on their ridges. And we can see like their little pincers, and like a gigantic one does pop out of the headless bloodletting beast. So it just goes back into like how everything related to Cainhurst might be vile or ancient or parasitic in nature. Even though I don't necessarily think like the people of Cainhurst did anything wrong. So we've got like an empty fountain with skeletons in it, and like the statues of like the regal man and woman underneath, a naked lady with her hands outstretched. I think this is supposed to be similar to like one of the statues of Venus. I probably should have like double checked that real world reference. I don't remember off the top of my head. And we can see another one of her statues right here. And one of the more important statues of this area is this one. It'll get repeated in many places. This is a like a real world reference model of Jesus and the Virgin Mary. So I think this statue is supposed to represent a virgin birth motif, because I would need to double check. I can't remember like what basilica this is in. I don't remember, so forgive me for not fully remembering. But like the little ball that the child is playing with is supposed to represent the world in Jesus and things like that. So if we take the idea of like the virgin birth and like the idea of the ring of betrothal and the way that Erden was able to bestow a child onto Ariana, it could be that like the people of Cainhurst did descend from a virgin mother, or that like the idea of a child of blood would have been brought about as a kind of virgin birth that we do see get parallel to what happens with the rest of Ariana's quest. If that didn't make sense, let me know. I don't really think there's too much more I can say about it, but I do get interested that like there is that kind of real world comparison that we can make. Oh damn. So that one's like abdomen is much smaller. So I do like there's like a little bit of environmental storytelling even within like the bloodsuckers themselves. That there's different degrees for like how they could have been feasting on blood. And I do find like the fact that we find the bloodsuckers interesting because it shows that these transformations aren't just limited to the stereotypical werewolf, and that whatever is in this blood seems to um, transform things in accordance with like their nature, perhaps, and not necessarily automatically into werewolves or in beasts like that. Damn, they are so ruthless. Jesus is a great one. Mystery solved. I wouldn't say that in certain people's presences, but yeah, maybe. I know some people would get pretty mad about those kind of jokes. I don't really get offended by things like that. It's always good to live life with a bit of humor, I suppose. Damn, gotta play better. Will we touch on the Chalice dungeons during this run? Might be worth mentioning that bloodsuckers can appear when you kill a boss with a visceral attack in the dungeons, if you remember correctly. It's not just bosses, even just the any enemy that you visceral, they will show up after some time, like off screen, in those like in the place of that enemy, and they'll like be drinking the blood of that visceral enemy. Thanks for bringing that up. So that is also like a connection between like these bloodsuckers and Cainhurst in general. I think I'm just gonna sprint forward a little bit. They've also got like, oh man, stuck on the statue. A kind of like goat kick that they can do and like deal a ton of damage if you're trying to just stay behind them, which is pretty rare for like a FromSoft enemy. Like getting behind something is usually a pretty straightforward way to kill it. I don't really intend to go into the chalices so much this run. I've said before, like if I did, I'd probably just go on a higher level character and show off maybe like 1 or 2 to like focus on the architecture there and some of the more interesting points. I might just do like Isle, like the Thumru Isle, because we can find like the headless bloodletting beast and like Queen Yarnum there. But they're a bit of a grind and they're really repetitive. And so while I do think there is some good storytelling, like it doesn't really need like a full playthrough of like going through however many it takes to completely do them. And Rubito says you remember coming back to a boss arena and getting murked by a bloodsucker because you didn't expect it. Maybe it's a possibility they can go into boss arenas. I don't know that for sure. I'm sure if you did visceral boss, like that might be able to trigger it. But yeah, you can just do it to the normal trash mobs and it'll happen. Mep says it'd be cool if there was some animation for it because it can happen that you see it spawning and it just pops. Yeah. If there's an animation for enemies to even pick up your blood echoes, I don't see why there wouldn't be this one. It's interesting. You know, I've never actually like seen the enemies like pick up the blood echoes for themselves. I do love this like little blood licker right over here because it's just so gorged on blood. It can't even move properly. It's pretty pathetic. Like it won't attack you like the normal ones will. It'll just kind of turn pathetically. And especially like the fact that the other one like right over here was just had so little blood inside it. It just seems like this one is like greedily hoarding it all. And this is like some terrible imagery, but can't be helped. So yeah, now we're completely covered in the blood. I do like that if we like change our clothes, like it'll not be bloody and things like that. And then we get some like high quality frenzied cold blood right here. Pop. Makes you wonder why they don't eat each other. That is something that is interesting just in general. It said like in some like supplementary material, like the beasts end up projecting their beasthood onto others, and since like these things are already beasts, they can't recognize it in them, and it's only like people that they project their beasthood onto, and that might be tied to the curse of Kos specifically, but that might be jumping like a bit of ahead of ourselves, and that's more like stuff that can't be proven one way or another. Damn. Not like this. Should have dodged the other way. Even bloodlickers hate fighting bloodlickers, exactly. Alright, so, I mean, the bloodlickers are pretty, straightforward in terms of, like, enemy design. I've already gotten my ass kicked by them enough where I'm just gonna, like, run through, pick up that item, and then just run into the, Cainhurst castle proper. Some more numbing mists. So even though like we don't really have an opportunity to use them so much in this area, I do like that they've been included. And so like the figure of the king and the queen have been included on this giant door. I'm trying to like lose the brain suckers before I show that off. And there's like some wise men like towards the top of it, but they're really hard to make out. And so, like I said before, this picture, or like this kind of statue does appear in the Chalice dungeons as well, in the side areas. And coming into Cainhurst itself, we seem to have like an empty chamber. It's being still scrubbed to this day by Cainhurst servants. They will not be aggressive towards the player until you attack them or like the others that are in this area. They'll wield like these kind of like rapiers. I don't think the servants have like the Rider Palash. It's probably just more like a cane. But once you like start to loot the treasure here, you will like kind of awaken these bound women of Cainhurst. If we examine them closely, they have their hands are like shackled together. They're tied. Their necks are bleeding, and I'm not so sure if it's in the final version of the game, but like, if you get killed by them and they like pick up your echoes, like they will have multiple like eye spots. Like their wrists will bleed, their abdomens will bleed, and like or not bleed, but they'll glow, and their eyes will also glow. And they're also like they've also got like a little cloth covering their eyes as well, making them blind. And that'll be a little bit more relevant later on when we get to like towards the library. So of course, like that door opened on its own to just kind of reinforce that whole like Dracula, Castlevania-esque motif. Does she have my echoes? Does anybody have my echoes? Is it just the little servant? Was it the servant? So one thing about like their normal attacks is like they can't see very well and they're very off balance. The idea that their necks have been slit could be indicative that they have killed themselves, potentially because they were trying to avoid being taken advantage of by the raiders of the Healing Church, the Executioners, either dying gruesome deaths, potentially like facing like sexual assault. That's oh yeah, I see it now. Okay, I'll probably just die to one of the women later on in like the library just to show it off. And like that was a thing in some Japanese culture. Instead of like called seppuku, it's called jigai, which is literally like self-harm, even though like they would end up killing themselves. We get the Rider Palash here, which is a very interesting item. I'll examine that right now. And Wender says, if you remember correctly, the untransformed Cain does additional damage against the Cainhurst ghosts and the Ghost in the Chalice dungeons. Do you think they are tied together besides the Marian's Cainhurst legacy? The types of damage I haven't looked at extensively to like really have concrete thoughts about how that works out, like the righteous type damage. It could just be like righteous is strong against ghost because it's like closer to divinity, I suppose. I don't exactly know how that works out, but Meph might have more information about that, to be honest, than I do. The Reiterpallasch is a weapon wielded by the Knights of Cainhurst. It combines an elegant knight's sword with the peculiar firearm wielded by the Cainhurst Order. The old nobles, long-time imbibers of blood, are no strangers to the sanguine plague, and the disposal of beasts was a discreet task left to their servants, or knights, as they were called for the sake of appearances. One like English note, just like full-on English note, is I believe they misspelled discreet. Like this variant doesn't mean like it's like a hidden kind of thing. It's I need to double check it. I'd never use this version of the word. This means individually separate and distinct. So yeah, this isn't like a unique task left to their servants. It's more like a like a hidden task, something that they wanted to keep on the down low, and they didn't want to like announce that they have like a beast problem. So beside that, like the whole idea that the nobles were longtime imbibers of blood fascinates me, because this description alone could imply that the beast plague, or like the use of blood, was already within Cainhurst, and they could have been doing it potentially before even like the healing church, although we don't know. Like this is ambiguous, and it might not mean it that way. So I could see like it potentially showing off that like what Alfred is saying isn't necessarily true, that like there was a traitor to the healing church. It could have just been like more healing church propaganda, and even if it was somewhat true, or like the healing church did believe that, it just, I don't know, like Alfred's knowledge of it is still questionable, because he wasn't part of the raid on Cainhurst, and he says he's not very like high up in the institution to know the ins and outs of it. So he could just like be buying that propaganda and be unaware of the truth for himself. So even if he doesn't mean ill will, he's just probably ignorant and just doesn't know any better himself. And there is an item over here. I think it's pretty minor, maybe a knowledge. Oh, a chunk. That's actually really good. And so we hear these bound women crying. So it shows that they probably did not have a very where they died, so to speak. Not that I would ever really expect it to be pleasant, but it shows that they're filled with remorse. They can't necessarily let go of the world and their attachment to it, which is why they're ghosts and stuck in this kind of ghastly figure. Alfred did nothing wrong. Probably not, but he also hasn't really done anything right, except be friendly and be a buffoon. That's about it. Going into this next area, we have a kind of dining hall, and that's where we will see like the tiny golden statuettes that I've been talking about. And hitting these bound women, they make like a peculiar hollow sound, which is the same sound that we'll get out of like the Wandering Madnesses. Instead of bleeding blood, when we hit them, they like have that same kind of mist as well. And just to like contrast it with like the servants in this area. Like they bleed like a kind of almost purplish thing, but that could just be because of the lighting. When we compare like Ariana's blood vial, it does also appear to be darker. So it could just be like people of Cainhurst have more purple colored blood. It might be related to like the slow poisoning. I'm trying to get a visceral on these if we can. Maybe not. Well, we'll have enough of them going forward. Sorry, holographic, I did not notice that before. Oh, welcome to the stream. you think in general that's so cool about storytelling in these games? There's the possibility of liars given to you in the story. Yeah, it's a very evident, like, the characters in the game, even though like there are seniors and like figures of guidance, they do not have a perfect understanding of the world that they themselves live in. I do like that you can kind of see your breath going off as well. Something I don't think I've really noticed before. In this dining hall, we've got like the portraits of the members of the family of Cainhurst and like some of their knights. We've got these gigantic statues and of course like the crying women. And when we get in closer, like the lights will turn off and they'll attack us in spooky ways. So they just kind of materialize and begin swinging at us. Looks like I've ruined dinner. We get some just crude quicksilver bullets, not really even worth the walking into the middle of that trap for. Come on. Maybe I just need to parry them. Not with this timing. Okay, there we go. So yeah, it's just all this black and white mist. Like there is no blood that they have, showing that like they're more spiritual in nature, perhaps related to insight, because insight is kind of like that as well. That intense reboot of A Christmas Carol is not what Charles Dickens had in mind. Mef says they have their own agendas. Yeah. Sinclair thinks Cainhurst Castle is a nice place to live. Yeah, if you could get over like the lack of toilets and things like that. Noble dress. In the very first version of this game, before it got patched, this was called the alluring dress, and it is very clearly tied to Ariana, especially when you think of it as an alluring dress as opposed to a noble dress. It's a finely tailored Bordeaux dress, worn by the nobles of the old bloodline that traces back to the forsaken castle Cainhurst. The description's pretty straightforward in that regard. Wearing it makes us turn into a pretty cousin of Ariana, of our own. Let's just go with the Yahar'gul garb for now, because it's it'll be a bit stronger against like some of the physical attacks that Logarius will deal. Maybe I should, I don't know, it'll be fine. And so one of the interesting things about Cainhurst is that like it does show there's a level of wealth here that we don't really see so much in Yharnam itself. They've got golden candelabras, goblets, urns of like high quality, like horns, things like that, bugles, I don't know. And so we got these big old statues again, and these smaller ones are what tie it to what we can find in the Chalice dungeons. I don't think the king one appears, but this queenly one on the left definitely does. Try to get around to the other side. Damn it. Well, pro play right there. Okay, we got another one over here. So this statue does explicitly appear within the Chalice dungeons as well. I will try to show that off at some point. Maybe not towards like till like the end of like the playthrough though. And just to double check chat. Sinclair had made fun of my great parrying, looking good. Wonder why they changed that. Ariana is jealous now. It could have just been like maybe in the Japanese, like in an earlier version of the draft story, it was called the Alluring Dress, but they wanted to maybe make that connection to Ariana a bit more obscure, or they just kind of changed it and thought like since it's in the castle, it wouldn't be like the dress of a prostitute. It'd be more naturally like that of a noble. So when we examine the paintings on the wall, we can compare them to some of the enemies that we'll find in this area, as well as the chalices as we progress. We can see like the armor that this old man is wearing appear in the chalice dungeon as well on corpses. I think the faces of this guy also resembles that of the kind of gargoyle-esque enemies we'll find shortly. This young man is unclear, potentially a prince or like related to the Bloody Crow of Cainhurst, or just a random knight or a servant. Nothing really there. This picture of the woman up top is pretty clearly a bell maiden. Like, her necklace is exactly the same, the neckline, the garb itself, although this appears to be a youthful version of it. Of her, rather. Like, the ones we'll find on later will have, like, really gaunt, skeletal, terribly creepy faces. This picture up top, we don't really have any connections to in Cainhurst. I think, like, the red cloak that's a little bit hard to make out is reminiscent of the cloaks that they wear in the town of Hemwick. I think this character also resembles like the kind of a priestly figure in cut content that people think is Father Norbert, but probably wasn't. And speaking of Father Norbert, like in earlier versions of the draft of the game, like the Living Livers refer to the cleric beast as Father Norbert or like Father Herbert, but that was also like a vicar of the cleric or of the healing church, so like that role got changed in development. The cleric beast is just an unnamed cleric beast. This looks to just be like a normal kind of knight. We don't really see this guy appear anywhere else. Some people do think that like this kid right here could also be like one of the shadows of Yharnam. It's unclear. And that guy up there might be related to the Crow of Cainhurst or just another random knight. The woman up top seems to be like a queenly type figure. She's much older. Hard to make out here, but in the official art book it's really easy to figure out. This woman right here is likely Queen Annalise. She matches her concept art in the artwork book. And this shows Annalise as well, potentially holding a child of blood, or a queen holding a daughter. So maybe in the final version of the game, that little child could be a prince or a daughter, maybe Annalise herself or Ariana, depending how you read that. Maybe even Maria, all things considered. And these are, of course, the bound women that we've been doubly murdering. So that's pretty much it for this side. I'll catch up on chat. And I think I need to let my dog out. She's acting a little bit antsy. Starting to throw a fit. So, looking back. No wonder Herbert is so knowledgeable on Bloodborne lore. The child looks uninterested. Oh yeah, it's the kid with the funny expression. Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to let my dog out real quick. And then examine some of these. Although I think they just repeat. Yeah, okay. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry for the delay. I'll have to let her in a little bit, and when I do, I'll have to clean her feet, so I'll need to go AFK again for a little bit. It'll take a little bit longer just because they'll be muddy, so if I go AFK then, feel free to like go ahead and like grab a drink or something, because it might be a minute. And so the woman carrying the child appears again, so it's just kind of like a recurring theme throughout Cainhurst of like maternity, strong, queenly figures, and potential like virgin births or like ties to birth. And like I do like that they have a picture of their own castle on their plates here. And they've also got like these little skulls, which could show that they were like kind of hunting culture, or they did take pride in like hunting and sport and things like that. So Wender says, on this portrait possibly being Annalise, I think it's plausible given she's clearly red-haired in the art book, and so is the model of Annalise. Yeah. Well, the Annalise that we find, I believe, has gray hair. And I'll show her off once we get to her, of course. And this area will find like these kind of gargoyle enemies, and they will though they're like kind of what I think look like the dudes, the old men with their faces. Don't remember if there's a good spot to get a look at their face. I think one of them was hiding in here, and I just skipped it. Yeah, okay. Oh, I need my HUD on. Come on. Come on, Ragdoll. Alright, I won't bother with that one. I'll just get a different one later on. So these statues are all over the place going through Cainhurst. So the way that the guy has like the bald spot up top, and he has like that kind of a gray beard, and just like his general facial features make me think like he's the one that was wearing the knight type armor on the far left in the dining hall. Then we get some more chunks in this area. And these guys will also have like a kind of sonic attack that they'll use like their vocal cords for. And it is also interesting that even though they're clearly transformed, they're not like the shape of a werewolf. So whatever is in the people of Cainhurst, it does not cause them to transform the same way as the people of Yharnam. One of my ideas in relation to that would be like, since Cainhurst has a higher blood tinge and things like that, the blood tinge might have an effect in making more humanoid type beasts or different types of transformations. And like the people of Thumaru don't even really transform into beasts at all. They just kind of stay like undead creatures. And I think like the Scourge beasts that we find in there are just like I don't even really think you find Scourge beasts in the Thumaru Chalice dungeons at all. It's in the other versions. So Rubito asks if we get much of an explanation as to why the people in Cainhurst are transforming in the first place. They seem very detached from the goings-on of Yharnam. Well, if they've been using the blood, as the writer Palash has stated, like they're long-time imbibers of blood, and the disposal of beasts was left to their knights to do discreetly, that could be just one of the aspects of why they transformed. They were also using the same kind of blood. And so these servants are wielding like the rapiers as well. I don't think they use the guns on them. And so one thing that I would like to point out in this area on the statues is we've got like the whole winged beast that we do see throughout Yharnam on occasion, but underneath them we've got this figure of like a kind of jester or a fool underneath them. So to me, if this beast like represents like beasthood, the fools beneath them is probably just like a societal commentary on those who transform into beasts. They aren't regarded highly in Cainhurst, and that's might be part of why they have their knight servants to dispose of their body of like their literal like masters. Like if you're somebody's servant and you're supposed to really discreetly dispose of the beast that they turn into, you're essentially killing your own lord. So that's one reason why I think like the whole pomposity of Cainhurst gets tied into killing people with like a refined style and using more skill-based attacks than strength attacks is because that's pretty much all that they had going on in Cainhurst, like their face, their elegance, and things like that. So using their knights to kill them would bring them like a lot of shame and dishonor, and like those who transform into beasts are essentially equated to fools. I think is what these statues are trying to represent. And going over to this area, we get some more of those gargoyle-esque dudes. I think you can shoot them off if you're fast enough. Oh, I should have shot it twice. There's like the sonic attack that I was talking about. And the grab. Oh, might die. Okay, I lived for now. Oh wow, that did a lot of damage. Here we get our first part of the Executioner's outfit. I don't believe we get the Golden Ardeo until like we complete Alfred's quest or kill him towards the end of it. I will examine that in a moment. I'm just gonna grab the register and access the elevator and then let the dog in. So I might be AFK for like a couple minutes, so it'd be a good time to like go to the bathroom or grab a quick drink. Alright, so I'll be right back and we'll continue going through this. We'll probably kill Logarius and then end with like talking to Annalise for this stream. So alright, I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. Sorry for the delay. Right now we just got that, the Vile Blood Register, which tells us, like, how many people have joined the Vile Blood Covenant. It's more of an online PvP item. It says, it is a red leather record of the Vile Bloods loyal to the Covenant of Annalise, Queen of the Vile Bloods of Cainhurst Castle. A record of the Vile Bloods, bloodlusting hunters who seek blood dregs of their prey, kept throughout the ages. Online item, blah 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 blah. So one of the more important takeaways of the Japanese version of this item is the concept of vile blood is more divorced. It's just kind of more like an impure blood clan. And so by saying a vile blood, it makes it sound like there are more different types of blood, whereas I would argue they're all the same kind of blood, and it's really just like the level of impurity within the blood that kind of separates it from everything else. And this becomes more relevant later when we can discover that like Annalise is just called the Blood Queen of Cainhurst, and Queen Yarnum is called the Blood Queen of the Thumerian labyrinths. So essentially, it's supposed to show that there's the same kind of queen, which would also lend into the idea that Cainhurst is descended from Thumru much more strongly, in my opinion. And that also ties into like the Blood Rapture rune, and how the followers of the Queen of Blood could be referring to both the Thumerians, like the Shadows of Yarnum, and those of Cainhurst and like the Bloody Crow of Cainhurst. And to go back to the Executioner set that we just got, we've got the Executioner garb. It says that it is attire worn by the band of executioners commanded by the martyr Logarius. It later became the basis for all church attire with its heavy draping of the holy shawl. As the great Logarius once said, acts of goodness are not always wise, and acts of evil are not always foolish, but regardless, we shall always strive to be good. There's really a lot to say about this. One of the most important aspects of this item is that it says it became later the basis for all church attire, and it's very easy to misunderstand what that means in English. It doesn't mean that every piece of church attire is based off the executioner garb. It's trying to say that it became the basis of later executioner garb, or later church attire. So, if you have the earlier period of the church and the middle period, the executioner garb influenced the later period of the church attire. And that's a lot clearer in the Japanese for that. The shawl, I think, that hangs from it is supposed to be the part that it was that influenced the church design the most. And it looks very similar to what we find on the Tomb Prospector set. It might even be the same thing, the design might slightly differ. And that's part of the reason why I say Ludwig was more likely a Tomb Prospector than an Executioner, because if he was the first Healing Church Hunter and the Executioners came after him, that doesn't make sense, in my opinion. So, I'm gonna look at chat. Rubito says, oh nope, I already read that one. F says that hurts. Soda's back, just in time. You did some loring about this. Welcome back. I hope you had a good class, learned a lot, or at least paid attention. We just talked about the Executioners and the Vile Bloods and things like that. I don't think there... Oh yeah, I forgot about the quote on it. I don't think there's too much of a difference between... Oh, maybe there is. So the brass rivets are unique to the Executioners and reflect their adoration of hand-to-hand combat. They're gauntlets worn by the band of Executioners commanded by Logarius. Oh, and this one just says later became the basis for all church attire. So, what I take with the quote that Logarius has there, acts of goodness are not always wise, and the acts of evil are not always foolish. Regardless, we shall always strive to be good. That might be a way for the church hunters to kind of blindly follow their orders. Like they don't necessarily have to understand what is good or even what is bad. They just have to have enough faith in like the healing church is a good institution, and so whatever terrible monstrous acts they do, it's done with the blessing of the healing church, and therefore like they don't necessarily have to take that kind of responsibility for their actions. It's all in the name of the greater good. And the Japanese for that, I do like a lot as well. It's closer to something like there is no correlation between good and evil and wisdom and foolishness, and so we alone shall simply be good. And I think that just kind of goes back into what I was saying about like how they don't need to know like what's good and bad. They just need to have faith in the church. Soda says the executioner seems to have been consisting of foreigners, right? The original ones, at least, is implied by the gloves. No. That's a different type of executioner, and I'll go into that in a lot of detail once we get to it. The term executioner is handled really inconsistently when it comes to Bloodborne, and so I mentioned it before. Like the big hooded dudes, they're called executioners in like the art book and stuff. But in Japanese they're called butchers, whereas like Alfred's an executioner. So one thing I do want to point out is as soon as you get hit by this guy's like blow dart, the women in this room will start to become like frenzied and like a berserk type rage, and not like the arcane type of frenzy, and they will finally be able to like directly see where the hunter is, and they will chase him, and they'll have much more coordinated attacks up until that like vile blood rune disappears, and then they kind of go back to being slower and less coordinated. So that's one mechanic that I like to point out. My rationale behind that is like if the hunters or whatever like use quicksilver bullets and they infuse them with their blood, it's probably likely that this guy's little darts are quicksilver bullets as well, and he's using his blood to infuse it with its power. And since he's a vile blood, that's why we get this kind of corruption rune appearing on us. Of course, like that's not official. That's just my most educated guess as to the mechanic of how this worked out. But it makes a lot of sense to me. I think it's definitely the most likely explanation that we have. And so Soda thinks so because the magic skulls are the same as Logarius's, and they seem to be related to the capital E executioners. I will talk about that, like rest assured. We're just about to get to those items as well. Off the effects with my lack of an arcane stat at this point. But I will talk about that in a lot of depth. It's a bit unfortunate that I don't have like the ritual blood as well to go with my explanation. But hopefully it should make sense like once I get into the nitty and gritty of it. These guys up here like still like will shoot their like little darts at you. They attack you with canes. And then these guys over here have like rapiers. Possibly like the Rider Palash that they were using. And so even though like they're servants, they still like kind of seem to have some knightly type role. One question that this does raise though is like if Cainhurst was sacked by the executioners, like why aren't these like little servants dead as well? I don't really have a good explanation for that. I don't even really have a good guess for that. Maybe they hid and just came back later, or they were ordered to keep like the castle in good repair by their masters, and they'll follow their orders even after the masters have died. So we get some bloodstone chunks. We can kind of cheese this area, although it's not really necessary for a lore through. You can like climb up on like some of these steps on these like little platforms and like jump down to the back areas here. And it's important like if you're trying to do like speed runs, But like the intended way to progress is like kind of like search everywhere, get lost, come to this window, and go through it. One thing that does fascinate me about this area is it's a grand library, so it's filled with knowledge, filled with books. They're all like still on their shelves. We've got papers and all of that good stuff on these long tables. So it shows that Cainhurst is pretty well set up in terms of like their academic background, their wealth. It may be possible like the trader from Bergenworth, who allegedly brought like the forbidden blood to Cainhurst. That may have been a lie, and it could have been that like Bergenworth was a satellite of Cainhurst, or at least funded by Cainhurst money, because it's not really explained like how Bergenworth was run as a college or anything like that. And of course, like there's no reason for even what I've just said now to be true. It's just some idle thoughts. They might not have put too much thought into like the whole economic system of their universe, but just something to consider, I suppose. And on the like little statues there, we've kind of got like these snake-like, beast-like creatures. I don't think there's like a ton of significance to them. I just kind of find them interesting. And Soda says they weren't seen as vile bloods, is your guess as to why the servants aren't all dead? Potentially. I don't know. I think it's just a bit weird with like all the dead women, like why the servants would still be left alive. And since they're already hostile to the hunter, it makes me think like why wouldn't they have been hostile to the healing church or anything like that either? So coming to this area, we get some of these gargoyles falling down again. Thought I heard a second one, yeah. When you do enough damage to them, they'll like fall over helplessly. Kind of struggle and writhe about. So we can hear a bunch of crying women in this room already. And so there's going to be a bunch of bound women, although the variant of them will be a different kind of bound woman in here, where they'll be headless. And they do have like an interesting kind of mechanic in this area. Soda says, a student brought the blood to Cainhurst so Cainhurst could pay his student loans. Yeah, essentially. It's been a super long time since Cainhurst was raided. We don't really know that, and that's kind of like one of the sadder things about like the lack of information in the game. Like, we have guesses, like, because I mean, like, Logarius is essentially like a mummy, and so is Mikolash, and all that kind of stuff. So, these women right here will scream, and their blood will come out of their necks. Oh, I can't undo my monocular because it had me in its grasp. Oh, sweet, got grab stabbed. Oh no. So if they scream and you're close enough to them, you will get like paralyzed, like this. And so my idea would be like they might have like some arcane stuff in their blood that would allow it to like paralyze the player when they get close. It could be something relating to sound, because I think there's a lot of relations between sound and the arcane in these kind of attacks. But it's something different, and it's also interesting that they're like fully decapitated, whereas the other ones are just filled with what do you call it? They just have their throat cut. And now that I got stabbed or shot, like they should see me, and they're more active. And that rune on the back of my neck is the corruption rune, like the Cainhurst rune. This guy is carrying like a little candelabra. And so this should be the gloves that Soda was thinking about. Yep. Oh yeah, they're consumable. Alright, so looking back at chat, it could easily be that they managed to survive but went insane with the passing of time, which is why they're hostile. Yeah, it's possible, especially like with the Night of the Hunt and the Moon. Logarius being a mummy indicates it's been a long time. Potentially, we don't really know. Like, that kind of thing is unfortunately ambiguous. It could just be some weird like spell which causes them to become more mummified. Witch of Hemlock-esque magic. Yeah, it's the same exact kind of effect. The brain suckers can use it too. That'll also happen with the fight with Queen Yarnum when like the baby cries in her stomach. Once you hear it and you're close enough to the queen, like you'll also get grabbed by that exact same effect. Soda says, as well as that, we don't actually meet any NPCs from Cainhurst other than Maria and Annalise, but they're not really options. Yeah. Yep, Meth points out the same cry with the child in the Yarnum fight. Soda says, it's kind of tangential, but don't you think it's interesting how Maria's armor made in Cainhurst looks a lot more similar to the male Cainhurst knight set than the female? I haven't really given that too much thought. I mean, it doesn't surprise me too much, I suppose, but they did try to make her look like more distinct, I think. And it could just be because she's like a higher class of noble, so she might get like a higher set of armor or more distinct kind with the half cape and everything, yeah. Rubito says it's 2 instances of crying, screaming, causing paralysis magic. Interesting. Yeah, it's definitely a recurring theme. And so this, we go back to the Executioner's gloves, and we come to like another issue, not of translation at all, but more of just storytelling on behalf of FromSoft, in my opinion. So the Executioner gloves are one of the secret treasures hidden in Cainhurst, the gloves of an executioner from a faraway land. Passed from Executioner Father to Executioner Son, these gloves can be used to summon wrathful spirits of the past by smearing them with blood. It is said that the nobles found immeasurable delight in the dances of these vengeful specters. So, while it is very clearly called Executioner gloves, the Japanese does separate it between like the Executioner faction of the Healing Church and like these kind of foreign ones, in that they use a small like suffix like the Dan, which means like a group or squad type suffix to go with like the faction from the Healing Church. So all of the items relating to Alfred and the Logarius type of executioners use that suffix to show that they're the executioner squad, whereas this is just some random executioner gloves from a more literal like foreign land. And so one takeaway I think we can take from this is when we look at the skulls on the back of the gloves and like the types of spells that it uses, and we compare it to like what Logarius uses and what shows up in Ritual Blood like level 5 and things like that, like Ritual Blood, Executioner's Gloves, Dead Blood, all that stuff is connected, and it isn't necessarily limited to being in Yarnum. I feel like the more that something is smeared with blood, or like the more echoes that are accumulated into something, creates more of an arcane type effect, and that creates like where like the whole concept of greatness comes from. And so like the fact that these skulls can pop out of like a foreign relic to me indicates that like what has been going on in Yarnum is probably been something that's been refined for generations, as implied by these gloves specifically. And so it says he thinks it's interesting how the paralysis is arcane, but Cainhurst is known for blood. It could be a common elemental effect. You may have missed it, but like earlier in the stream, when we look at Kin Coldblood, this term of Eldritch Truth long ago, or touched upon long ago at Bergenworth, that term for Eldritch Truth in Japanese comes from Shinpi, which is what they call the arcane stat. So this is essentially like a very explicit reference that whatever is in the blood is related to the arcane. So with that kind of understanding in mind, it shouldn't be too crazy an idea that the Executioner gloves are related to the arcane stat and it's an arcane spell and things like that. Same thing. Oh, I'd never read the Great One's Wisdom. That just kind of ties into it. I forgot we got one at Bergensworth. So these are fragments of lost wisdom of the Great Ones, beings that might be described as gods, which does lend to like Patches refers to Amygdala's god. Adela prays to gods. So Great Ones might be considered like god or godlike beings within Bloodborne. We can use it to gain insight. At Bergenworth, Master Willem had an epiphany. What we are thinking on the basis of planes, what we need are more eyes. So I do need to double check the Japanese for that, because I think it did mention arcane. No, it doesn't. It just says it even resembles heavenly enlightenment, but that is something that cannot possibly. Oh no, no, that's a great one. That's the cold blood. My apologies. No, so I'm completely wrong. Yeah. So arcane is not mentioned on this one. It's just the fact that it talks about it in the Madman's Knowledge, where instead of Eldritch Wisdom, it should be arcane. So the arcane is related to insight, and we can find it in blood, and it's what Bergenworth was examining through like the chalice rituals, and they came into contact through this blood, through the Augur of Briatus, and that kind of idea in general. Bloodborne or Blood Tinge and Arcane are the same kind of. Maybe there does have to be like some kind of difference. It's a little bit unclear like where the boundaries between those lie. Something that I do wonder about myself. And you say the Executioner of Blood fight is Arcane versus Blood Tinge Blood. Yeah, kinda. And so there's another item over here. We get the Knight set. I do really like the Knight set. The male version is pretty nice to look like a pompous jerk. The female one's also really good. Did I pass it? Yeah, I must have. Okay. So we have the Knight's Garb. It's attire of the Knights of Cainhurst, a regal piece graced by intricate goldwork. The Cainhurst way is a mix of nostalgia and bombast. They take great pride even in the blood-stained corpses of the beasts that they leave behind, confident that they will stand as examples of decadent art. So this does tie into what I was talking about with the little beastly jester statue, the one that kind of depicts a fool underneath the beast. They use their kind of refined, elegant combat style as a testament to their art, and like through that kind of use of art, they elevate their own kind of skill above others. So the idea that the only reason why they call their servants knights is like a pretense for like honor, like that ties into this kind of idea. Like they're still essentially servants, they just call them as knights as like a way of like dressing up the importance of their position, even though it's still pretty subservient in nature. The Japanese for this just kind of rather than just saying nostalgia and bombast, it says the way of Cainhurst with its traditional principles is rather like grandiose, as in like flamboyant, I think. And so their disposing of beasts was a decadent, blood-stained art, and was glorified with honor and beauty. So yeah, that just kind of ties back into everything what I was just saying. The Knight set looks great with the Yarnum Hunter cap. Yeah. I do like the stats that the Executioner set provides, though. It's really good all-purpose wear. So that set, or that like little location, is still part of the library. It doesn't connect into much, but between this floor, the second story, and all that, like this library is much grander than what we would find at like Bergenworth or even the lecture hall itself. So it really does call into question like how prominently things were known within Yarnum. And then in this area, I do like we get this like little gargoyle chilling up there. Like he looks like a natural part of the environment. And so if you're like, ooh, piece of candy, and just go for that, he can very easily like ambush the hunter. You pick it up, and then he drops down. And so this one also has that kind of like purplish blood, potentially like signifying like the vile blood. And we gained kin cold blood from a corpse in Cainhurst of a human. And I take this as to be like one of like the smoking gun pieces of evidence that like, hey, unless you legitimately think like this person right here is a kin like of the cosmos or something like that, it should be pretty clear that like kin cold blood does not really mean like what it comes from was a cane. It just kind of shows how many echoes were inside of it. And this just goes back into the first area. It's a shortcut. Well, you can't even really call it a shortcut. It's the way to progress forward, but it also does become a shortcut. And so, like Rom, she will drop that kin cold blood, as I've said before, but she is a bona fide great one. Her trophy description confirms that to be the case. And if people want to like talk about like the whole ascension and great ones in that regard, and Rom isn't fully ascended, I think it's a bit silly, because that would also mean like you'd have to consider the corpses who dropped the great cold blood in Thumu Isle as like fully ascended great ones themselves. And I think it's a little bit silly to think Rom wouldn't be a fully ascended great one, but the ones like just the dead bodies in Thumu Isle are. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. So this is the third layer of the library. We got a blood-tinged gem from that like chest over there, which does tie like the people of Cainhurst having more affiliations with blood-tinged in general. And when we get to the rooftops, we do find a very interesting enemy. Like we have a gargoyle guy, and this is the only one in the area that has red eyes, and he's also like the strongest one. Although that definitely won't seem to be the case right now after I visceral it. But he does have a slightly larger health pool than the other ones. And when we come over here, some more will fly from over there off the top of this roof. And another one will... I don't think another one climbs up, but... Oof. Almost got. I ran out of stamina. So we get the Knight's Wig from this corpse. I don't think there are really too many differences in the Knight set. I forgot to just show off all of them. This one mentions that it resembles a ponytail of silver hair, and they're all fairly similar. Just gold thread work and things like that it talks about. It is interesting that we've got like this corpse of a member of the healing church with the black set. It could just be because they ran out of assets. It's prostrated, like it's praying, maybe perhaps towards like Martyr Logarius. I don't think there's like a whole lot of information we could take away from that. And looking back at chat, Meph says, yeah, it's just tier, quality of the blood, amount of echoes it contains. Soda says, you always took the kin cold bloods on the Cainhurst corpses and indication Cainhurst is obsessed with blood. I think that's a fair reading as well. Whether or not it's gameplay mechanic, or we could take it as being indicative of the people of Cainhurst having a higher quality of blood, I think you can make arguments going both ways for that. And then this guy will also have some more kin cold blood. Like, the bloodsuckers in Cainhurst are just extensions of the nature of Cainhurst to worship blood. Yeah. But to be fair, it's like almost everything in Bloodborne is blood-crazed and blood-obsessed as it stands. Like, even the crawlers and, like, the Hunter's Nightmare, if you're really paying attention. So from this, we get the Bold Hunter's Mark, which is nice. I don't think it's really super significant. Lance McDonald has pointed out, like, the roof that we're on and, like, the building below is essentially copy-pasted behind Logarius's arena. Sorry. And that's where we would go and meet Annalise. It just got shuffled around a bit. And going into this area, we will begin to encounter Martyr Logarius, who's a little bit mummified. There's not a whole lot coming on, like in the architecture of this roof. We've got some wrought iron fences. They're a little disrepaired, but pretty much everything is in this kind of a world. Everything is blood crazed, but they specifically drink blood vampire style and stuff, but yeah, you're right. So this is Martyr Logarius. Seems to be dead already, a mummy out in the frozen cold. Hair's gray, skeletal, gaunt. Bones cracking from misuse or lack of use. And he seeks to defend us from potentially freeing the Vile Blood Queen, Annalise. I do like the Logarius fight. It's pretty interesting. It's a humanoid fight, which I tend to like. I don't want to put my foot in my mouth prematurely, but I do have a little bit of an easier time with some of these bosses. Just because you can parry them and stuff like that. Oh, missed. Oh no. Oh, too soon. Oh, I did get it. I thought I was going to miss it. Oh, no, 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 no. Is this sword going? It sounds like it is, but I don't see the effects. Now it is. Oh no, his body's blocking it. Damn it. I couldn't tell which way he jumped up that way. That really wasn't too bad for a first run, though. Soda, you wonder why he's so big. He can seem as hollow, yeah. You love a Dark Souls reference. Well, it's not a reference, more so like a similar concept. Yeah, I think it's more of a similar concept, just like the blood can keep kind of someone undead or undying to a degree. This area can be kind of funny because while this dude does throw like the darts at you, if you like run out of stamina because he's hitting you going up the ladder, you'll fall down. You can like die to like falling damage. It's one of the slightly more annoying boss runs, but it's not too bad. And then you can just like kind of skip all the other enemies by immediately dropping down. one of the funny thing about like the Dark Souls games or the Soulsborne games in general is like when you know what you're doing and you're just like kind of going back to the boss or like running through an area to just kind of look at some things you may have missed. You're like, wow, how did it take me so long to go through it the first time? It seems so short. It's just kind of true, and it's just a little bit funny because like just when you run past everything, it seems so small compared to like when you don't know where everything is or like what's gonna pop out where. Yeah, and you guys think the boss does feel more like a Demon Souls kind of boss? I hear that quite a bit. Oh wow. Managed to thread the needle of pain on that one. It's too close. He is annoying me this time. Alright, I'll just stop fishing for the viscerals as I fish for a visceral. Damn it. You make Logarius make his grunts in the fight, which is interesting too. I think the second time you tried the boss, you realized you could parry him, and the entire second phase I just parried him, and it's so confused. Yeah, I do like him, just because like he has a much different like cadence to his fight than like pretty much like the general enemies of the game, and like the other bosses, like even Gascoigne, even though he's like a hunter type fight, he's got like a different rhythm compared to Logarius, different things to watch out for. So it adds like a lot of variety in the game to me. You mean more of the boss run because you run through the whole level and only have that one Arcstone lamp at the beginning? But it's true with how small areas seem once you know them, yeah. Like you know like what spot is more like a dead end, so you don't really worry about that. Stuff like that. Like the Nightmare Frontier is pretty small if you just like ignore all the side stuff. Like the run to the amygdala is pretty small. Or pretty, like, maybe not small or like short, but like straightforward. Might be the better way to say that. Oh yeah, and Logarius' name of a soundtrack is Queen of the Vile Bloods, which is a cool little indication of what's behind him. Yeah, that term is just like the Queen of Blood, or like the Blood Queen. And so like when you face Queen Yarnum as well, that is the same soundtrack which gets played. Yeah, I'm not going to go into that death corner by the ledge. If I could knock Logarius off and choose him, I might like attempt it, but I know you can't really do that. It's so annoying. Maybe I need to go towards the right. No, no, no. Damn it. The funny thing is, like, I never really usually have trouble with Logarius. This is probably, like, divine retribution for one-shotting Amygdala and the Shadows of Yharnam so brutally earlier. You don't like Logarius that much, to be honest. Like, sure, the fight itself can be like a little bit annoying, but just in terms of like streamer's curse, in terms of like just differing enemy design, I appreciate the variety he adds to the game. Like, I don't necessarily like him a whole lot lore-wise. The whole idea of like the cut King of Cainhurst is interesting, and he feels a bit out of place with his like visual design, so I don't necessarily like that aspect about him in the final version of the game, but just in terms of like mechanically and as a fight, I don't mind it too much, except for like when he gets stuck in a corner like that, which doesn't happen to me too often. So yeah, like if it wasn't possible to just like fall off the edge of the map there, I don't think I really would have cared that much. But there's a decent amount of bullcrap that goes along with fighting Logarius and glitches and being able to get knocked off there, so I didn't really want to try to have to deal with that. But he just wasn't moving. The fight's kind of A. You agree with that it's different though. You reject the King of Cainhurst. Oh yeah, I don't necessarily like the idea of a King of Cainhurst so much, but I also don't like that Logarius looks a lot like a Thumerian. Missed. You don't agree he's Thumerian either. Same here. A lot of people like to think so, or they will insist to it to this day. It's a bit annoying, but you can't really do too much about it. I'm always a little bit too early with that. Try to interrupt this phase. Transition is always nice. There we go. Ugh, that lunge. hopefully this is it. If not, I should be able to follow it up. There we go. So yeah, like that's normally how it goes. I guess it is really just like the curse of a streamer. Thank you, Enders. Call me Apple Spot. Animal Crossing voice. This character fits my butt perfectly. What are you even talking about, man? But welcome to the stream. I don't really care if you say too much random stuff. Mbasa. So yeah, killing Logarius does get us the Crown of Illusions, which I kind of missed a little bit of detail when I was first translating it, and like luckily Aruki Mania, another person who does translate some of the Bloodborne stuff, pointed this out for me. I guess I should go to the equip spot. So the Crown of Illusions is one of the precious secrets of Cainhurst. The old king's crown is said to be a mirage that hides a secret, and so Logarius donned the crown of his own volition, determined to prevent a single soul from stumbling upon the vile secret. What visions did he see sitting serenely upon his new throne? So I think with this idea, like him calling it, or them calling it a new throne, could be like Logarius appropriated the idea of being a king of Cainhurst. I don't think it really matches up, but whatever. What can we do about it at this point? Instead of like it being a crown of illusions, in Japanese, the title for it might be more literally closer to the crown of visions, and rather than just saying that it dispels visions, it's also said that it once said the crown of the king of Cainhurst showed visions, and it's also the key to dispel visions which hide secrets. So that's kind of what it was supposed to get at. I don't think the English fully gets that across. And it says, like, thus Logarius personally crowned himself in order for no one to come into contact with the impure secret now. So I do like how, even though I don't necessarily agree with calling them vile bloods, the English is consistent in like saying it's a vile secret, like hinting towards the nature of Annalise and what lies beyond this vision. And then once we put it on, we get this misty effect, and we literally get a copy and pasted area that's beneath us put in front of us. Souls understood that Animal Crossing reference? He did the 5-finger discount from the old king? Yeah, essentially. Dead men can't complain. So when we go into here, we are granted with a large hallway, and we have like statues of cavaliers. Something that is very notable about them is these cavaliers all seem to be missing their right legs, which may tie into how Gehrman is missing his right leg and it's replaced with a peg leg. They're knights, of course, and like a lot of people will get bothered like that they're depicted as being on horses because we don't really see a ton of the horses in the game. As we've gone through this playthrough, I've pointed out, like, in Hemwick, there is a stables there. There's a bunch of horse carcasses in Central Yharnam, in the Forbidden Woods, in the stables of Hemwick itself. So there is some horse imagery, but yeah, we don't get, like, fully mounted figures. Ludwig, his transformation might resemble that of a horse. I personally think it looks like he is transformed along with the horse. Although I know a lot of people who don't like that reading. It's just kind of what I see with it. So that pretty much is all we can talk about for this area. And Queen Annalise is waiting for us in the chamber beyond. Soda says, in his opinion, the crown was originally used to protect Annalise. Since the executioners couldn't find her, they couldn't kill her. Well, we see with like Alfred failing to completely kill her and are able to reanimate her, there might have been some issues with that. If we attack Annalise ourselves and pummel her into pieces, she says that she cannot die, so it's kind of arguable that might not be like the full reason why he couldn't kill Annalise, because I mean he's wearing the crown, so he should have been able to see her for himself, I suppose. The statues are super interesting, yeah. Cainhurst Castle said, if you fall, you fall.
Visitor, I claim no subjects, but here lieth our throne. Kneel afore us, or get thee gone.
A lot of people have kind of wondered why Annalise talks the way she does, saying us and our throne and things like that. They may think that she has like split personalities or something of that nature. The truth is, like, this is something that like a lot of Americans especially wouldn't know, is that it's using the royal we. So since Queen Annalise is a monarch, she doesn't necessarily speak as an individual. She represents her entire kingdom or herself. So that's why she uses that kind of a second person we, our, us speech. That is something that is native in English, and that is also something which is native in Japanese, and so it was pretty easy to make that kind of one-to-one transition between the two languages. When we examine Annalise for ourselves, we see that she has this kind of white, grayish hair. She has a bluish skin and a mask covering her face. There may be a few reasons for her appearance. It could be since she's been funneled so many blood dregs before the raid on Cainhurst, it's caused her to take on a more undead appearance. It could be because she is a royal queen. She was using like silver, like literally silver with her silverware, and it caused what's called, I think, agiria or agriria, a, a, a condition which a person's skin will turn like a purple or bluish hue, and it's based on history. Like, people who were wealthy could afford silver with their silverware, so they tended to be more pale, and that also lies into the fact like royal people didn't necessarily have to go outside and work, so they were naturally more pale. They didn't have to go out and get tanned every year working outside. So in conjunction with their pale skin and literally imbibing silver into their bloodstream, their skin would turn more blue as well. So I don't necessarily think that is the case for Bloodborne. I'm more attracted to the idea of like her being closer to the undead and like Thumaru and like messengers and things like that. But we will talk to her in a second. I'm just going to get caught up on the chat. Applespot believes the bloodstain next to Annalise suggests Logarius was fully aware of Annalise, but for some reason decided to set vigil outside. Yeah, maybe you like the cold, who knows. Soda says the bloodstain is because of all the people drinking her blood. Well, I do appreciate you guys bringing that up. The bloodstain is a bit closer to like where the king would have been, but it also does kind of end at her skirt. So maybe the king was murdered right next to her, and they're just kind of like really using that kind of violence to control Annalise, because even if she's immortal, she might not be able to overpower Logarius and the executioners. And we also get these blood splatters in other places leading up to the throne, and of course like the prominent sigil of Cainhurst with its two lions, which does tie back to like the imagery on like the carriage that brought us here, as well as like the sigils that appear in the house for Ariana as well. You have that in German too. Oh wait. The blood stain is because of the people all drinking her blood. They kneel down and consume it, so it spills on the floor. Yeah, that's a possibility. You have that in German too. What were we talking about, Souls? Wonders says he thinks that it was to prevent any from reaching her, so they don't become vile bloods. I agree with that. Soda says she was forced to wear the mask. You think the mask is to prevent her from communicating with the old ones? It could just be because like Herbert, like one of the lore theorists who stopped in here and has been involved in the community for a long time, thinks that Annalise might be a beautiful lady, and the church is kind of repressive of their sexuality, and so by putting this mask on her face, they can control a kind of siren that she may be, and they don't want any hunters who may have managed to get in here to literally be seduced by her appearance or perhaps her words. She may just have a grotesque appearance underneath all that. She might look like a messenger or Queen Yarnum. It's never stated if she puts it on herself. I think maybe somewhere else it said that they put it on her. I don't fully remember. So there's a lot of theory crafting we can do to kind of come up with an explanation for that. She's for all intents and purposes blind. You don't remember if the cut, youngest, and nicer variant of Annalise says anything significant. The current variant doesn't. I think it's for the most part similar. It's just like they're the same voice actors as the doll, so the doll was closer to Annalise in the cut content, and possibly like there is a more of a connection between Annalise and Gehrman with like the hairpin and things like that. She can't see, but she has the insight since she's close through Marian descent, possibly. She can still smell you, I think. Yeah, she will call us a moon-scented hunter. Or she said that as soon as we walked in, I think. Oh, the royal we exists in German too. Okay, yeah, that's cool. Yeah. Ape is Herbert, yes. Apple Scott says the queen with the iron mask, etc., etc. More like silver. Yeah. The knight set does say it's made of thin silver. I don't remember if we looked at that. Maybe it's different. Oh, we don't have the mask. We have to buy that from the shop. Winder says it's interesting that would explain why Alfred says something like, can't seduce anyone in this state. Yeah. I don't necessarily buy into the whole like repressed sexuality of the healing church compared to the people of Cainhurst, but I can't discredit it either, so it's just more like personal preference in that regard. Coming into the chamber, we get an unopened summons to Cainhurst, which we can give to Alfred to send him here and beat the ever-living shit out of the queen and literally transform her into a pile of flesh. Oh, that's a key item. So compared to our version, which seems pretty pristine, this one's worn and like blood-soaked. It's got a different kind of wax seal. I don't know if that's very significant. And it just says it's an old sealed summons. Like the first of its kind, it is an invitation to Cainhurst, but for whom is not known, as it lacks an addressee. So this does separate it from ours. Like ours was addressed to us. Perhaps as soon as we hand this to someone else, it becomes addressed to them with their kind of creepy Cainhurst magic. We don't really know. But Alfred, as soon as we give this to him, he can magically find his way to Cainhurst, and he was lost before. So it does also call into question, like, if the executioners got here beforehand, how come Alfred wasn't part of that? Which does lend in the theory that maybe he wasn't a full-fledged executioner like he's putting on. And you think the mask was put on before Logarius? Yeah, I don't really know. So let's kneel before her, gain some gestures, and get some more dialogue.
Visitor. Moon-scented hunter. I am Annalise, Queen of Castle Cainhurst. Ruler of the Vile Bloods, and sworn enemy of the Church. Yet our people are murdered, and we are prisoner to this wretched mask. What is it thou art in search of?
So, with this dialogue, we can tell the queen that like we're not part of the healing church, and we swear to join the Vile Bloods in gaining revenge of healing church. She did open this dialogue by calling us the moon-scented hunter, which ties into what Gascoigne's daughter was talking about with like a familiar scent. Annalise saying a scent that's different from like blood and beasts, and with the false Yosefka, who does talk about moonlit scents when we come in through the back door. Annalise does believe that all of her kinsmen have been killed, and so it's unclear whether or not she has any knowledge of the Bloody Crow of Cainhurst. Whether or not the Bloody Crow thinks that she's still alive is unclear as well. She doesn't seem to know about Ariana, so I think it's pretty safe to say like that's not like an indication necessarily that everybody of Cainhurst or Cainhurst descent was killed, because we do find Ariana later. It just shows that Annalise doesn't have like full knowledge of what happened to her kinsmen because she's locked in this room. She has that iron mask. She's a prisoner. So even if she doesn't know about the Bloody Crow Cainhurst, she doesn't know about Ariana either. So we just kind of have to take her limited knowledge um, as it is. Like, she just doesn't know what's going on outside.
Well, well. An odd hunter thou art indeed. We've tired of these piteous nights. Share in our plight, and take oath against the church. If thou wouldst this path walk, I prithee, partake of my rotted blood.
So this idea of rotted blood just ties into like impure blood, and this will become a little bit more relevant when we look at the Cainhurst Covenant rune.
Very well. Drink deep of our blood. Feel the spreading corruption burn. Now, thou art too a vile blood. We too, the very last on this earth.
So we get the Corruption rune and the Cainhurst badge, which does give us more items from the Messenger Path. And we gain the Respect gesture. And then we can go around like killing hunters for blood dregs, and when we offer them to the Queen, we'll just get like the deep respect gesture later on. I do take
thy return for the honor of Cainhurst.
I do take that like nothing really significant happens to the hunter when we partake of the Queen's rotted blood as an indication that for like the sake of like hunters and things like that, her blood isn't particularly different from what we've already been exposed to. And I think that's kind of also supposed to be relevant through like continuing to rank up in this covenant. Like, we don't really gain any more tangible rewards. I would almost think like if that really were an oversight on From's part, they would have revised it in some of the patches to the game where there were like issues with the blood dregs and NPCs dropping them before, or like in the inclusion of the DLC. So I think at the end of the day, that's supposed to have been intended behavior. And I know that's been like a little bit of a break from the chat, so I'll try to catch up really quickly. Alfred was 100% born after the Cainhurst raid. Maybe, we don't fully know. Apple believes Alfred's dialogue makes it seem he was very much a fanboy of Logarius, or at least the version of Logarius that the Healing Church put out. Yes, and with his one of his dialogues, rather than saying he's the protege of Master Logarius in English, the Japanese says he just follows the teachings, which has a very different context to it in terms of like fleshing out his relationship with Logarius, or more or less actually pulling away from his relationship with Logarius. The Bloody Crow knows Annalise. He's a follower of her. His rune says as much, which is super duper interesting, perhaps. But whether or not he knows if Annalise is still alive is a different question. The fact that he attacks us indiscriminately could mean that he's blood drunk, or it could just be that, yeah, he's still trying to fulfill that goal of gaining blood drugs for his queen. We don't fully know. Bloody Crow is a vile blood, we think. We don't know. He could just be another random person who's gone blood drunk, but I do agree, like, him dropping the Blood Rapture rune should make us think that he is related to the Vile Bloods. No, he's part of Annalise's Royal Guard. Potentially, yeah, he is wearing a mishmash of items, though, so it's a little bit harder to identify him because of that. Well, Annalise says she and the hunter are the remaining ones. Well, she doesn't seem to know about Ariana, who we definitely know is of Cainhurst descent. He's not a vile blood unless Annalise thinks is the idea. But the fact she emphasizes you two are the very last is telling. I just think that Annalise doesn't know fully what's transpired outside. That's how I personally read it. And so we get the Impurity rune, which is a pretty big deal. Or is it? No, this one's called Corruption in English. In Japanese, it's closer to Impurity. So forgive me if that's a little bit confusing at times. So Corruption is a secret Carol, or a secret symbol left by Carol, runesmith of Bergenworth. Several runes contain a nuance of blood, including the rune of corruption, associated with the oath of the corrupt. Pledgers to this oath are Cainhurst Vilebloods, hunters of blood, who find dregs for the queen in cold blood, particularly in that of hunters. Yet the corrupt are heretics in the eyes of the church, and thus subject to the wrath of the executioners. There is a lot of differences in Japanese, mostly in the subtext of the item, which can't really be translated very easily into English. And so the idea of impurity is stemmed from kegare, which is like the idea of death and dirt and all things impure and filthy. Corruption kind of gets at that idea, but it has more relations to the native religion of Shinto and like flowing water and purification, which is a bit hard to get across. And so like coming into contact with death or things related to death makes one more impure. The idea that the blood dregs are taken from blood and are related to blood echoes or those who are echo fiends addicted to blood hunters does tie into that whole thematic element of blood, corruption, impurity, and vile bloods and things like that. And so rather than like Annalise saying it's the clan of vile bloods, she'll just say like the impure blood clan and now you're a relative of them. And so it's really gets tied back into like what we can find with the League rune, which I call the stagnation rune, which like once you get these impurities in your body and they stop flowing, that's when like all the really bad things start coming forth and you get vermin and things like that. And this idea of collecting the dregs or the impurities of blood and offering them to the queen, I think we can like compare that to potentially what happened in the times of Thumaru. By offering blood dregs to Queen Annalise, she became potentially able to bear a child of blood. If we take that concept and apply it to Yharnam as well, by offering her blood dregs or like the what we can find within cold blood or dead blood, the echoes, it made her become closer to greatness, allowed her to bear the child of blood, which we get with the Yharnam stone and things like that. And so trying to catch back up with the chat, we get maybe the Bloody Crow swore fealty to a different Annalise, like how it works for different players. Maybe that's a interesting interpretation I hadn't considered before. And welcome back to the stream, Zuhu. It's nice to see you again. Soda says, so obviously he worshipped the queen, but he seems to have gone a bit bonkers. No, I think Crow is in our world. We don't meet any NPCs from different worlds in Bloodborne. We don't necessarily know that. Like the hunters who fought us in the Nightmare, they could be from different worlds. Sure, we don't necessarily have that kind of same invasion mechanic that we would see in Dark Souls, but we also don't have like explicit denial of those kind of hunters either. That's always been Zuhu's assumption. Wenders asks, do we think they target other hunters specifically because they might be related to the moon presence? Great One, who kind of triggered the birth of hunters? I don't necessarily know if it's the moon presence that's the big deal as much as it is they want to get the impurities in the blood, which I believe are the blood echoes. Like the blood echoes are what make the blood impure. It's got the wills of the dead, so that's kind of like the thematic connection if you believe that the idea of Kegare is tied to death and the blood is the dying wills or the death wills from the people that it came from. Dark Moon says the Bloody Crow should have made a pilgrimage to Cainhurst and fought Alfred. It definitely would have been cool to see that kind of duel going on. He doesn't have the Cainhurst summons. Exactly. There is another slight difference between the impurity or this rune right here. It says impurity is taboo to the healing church, and it says like to beware the executioner squad. So they just kind of dress that up, that final line right there. Trying to go to the Cainhurst badge real quick. It is a badge of the Royal Guards of Cainhurst, loyal guardians of the Vile Blood Queen Annalise, and of course that's just the Impure Blood Queen Annalise, or just the Blood Queen Annalise in Japanese. The Vile Bloods are hunters of blood, and they hunt prey as they search for blood dregs. The hunter who joins them is faced with the decision to merely borrow their strength or to become one of them, heart and soul. I think there was something different in the Japanese for that. It might have been similar. So they are hunters of blood first, hunting prey in search of impurities of blood, which are blood dregs. Will you become one as well, or perhaps only borrow their power? It depends on the person possessing the badge. So yeah, it says like it's pretty clear, like especially with like how the faction works. Like you can either really go in with like the Cainhurst thing, or you can just half-heartedly join them because like the covenants in this game don't really matter. They don't lock you out of anything else like they did in Dark Souls.
More talk to be had. We await thy return for the honor of Cainhurst.
So if we don't kneel to her and just talk to her directly, she'll kind of insult us or berate us.
Arrant fool. Vile blood or no, forget not. We are thy queen. Bend the knee.
I do really like that dialogue, and her dialogue in general. It uses like kind of like archaic, very, very, very formal version that like is reserved for like rulers and kings. It's extremely uncommon in everyday speech. So dressing it up this way in English, I think, also lends into that kind of feel that it's got going on in Japanese. And if we attack her,
how sad this is. If only our life was so easily for.
So that's not just like her like saying, haha, my grandma hits harder than you. She's just saying like she can't die, which is partially why I think like Logarius was sitting outside trying to like guard people from going into her chamber and talking to her. Like they couldn't kill her, and I think her line right there is supposed to be like reinforcing of that. Soda says, also the hunters in the Nightmare Realm are severely deformed and aren't red. So sad. Maybe we could have befriended the crow if we gave him the unopened summons before he lost it. I wouldn't. Crow is terrifying as hell. He's got a katana and a faceless mask, which is why you want him on your side. He has a deagle of a pistol. She says that because she's lamenting she's immortal. Yeah. Why do you think Ariana is blessed with a child blood instead of Annalise? I think in earlier drafts of the story, Annalise was blessed with a child of blood. That could have been Murgo. It could have potentially been the Moon Presence. I know like there'd be like a lot of pushback to that kind of idea. It's not really presented well in the final version of the game. They did dress that idea back, and they changed to concepts of bearing the child of blood in Japanese to just holding a child, which I think is more representative of the second and third endings of the game that we have right now. And that's just something that was a relic of like an earlier version of the story, and that will tie directly into this knight set right here. So this is the Cainhurst helmet, part of like a different kind of knight set. I tend to call both of them the knight set, even though they're different. It's just armor versus knight, which is essentially kind of the same idea, really. The Cainhurst helmet is a silver helmet worn by the royal guards who protect Annalise, Queen of the Vilebloods at Cainhurst Castle. This paper-thin silver armor is said to deflect blood of ill intent, and is what allows the royal guards to capture prey for their beloved queen, so that one day she may bear a child of blood. And yeah, that ties into exactly what I was just saying. Rather than bearing a child of blood, as in like becoming pregnant and having one, it's more close to the idea of literally holding one. And I did look at the Korean of like this kind of text, and the Korean matches the English version in saying like they want to bear a child of blood and like become pregnant, that kind of reading. So I interpret that to mean like at one point the Japanese definitely did say that they were supposed to bear children of blood in terms of like becoming pregnant. They later changed the Japanese to say they hold special children of blood, and so that's why I think there's like a lot of importance to the second and third endings when the Moon Presence literally grabs like the hunter and potentially like steals our blood echoes or possesses us and things like that. Let me double check the armor description in Japanese. I think it's similar. Yeah, it's just the child of blood in her arm someday. That's the real difference between them. Right, I'm trying to catch back up on chat. Why do you think? Okay, Annalise wants to die, but she has 0 power influence since the sacking. Because of proximity to the Erden Chapel, perhaps? Soda says to Rubito, Annalise wasn't presented with a child because, in your opinion, she can't see because of her helmet. I don't know how being blind can stop one from having a child, but okay. Vision is a big part of interacting with the Great Ones. Since she can't see, the Great Ones probably just aren't interested, but she tries anyway. I think you're going to need to cite your sources for that one. Like, I know like eyes are a pretty big deal, and that's why like Bergenworth and company will steal them from potentially living people. And that's why like eye collectors are a big deal, but I don't necessarily think anything else you've said is really supported by the game text so far. Zuhu says holding a child would be more consistent with being a surrogate mother. Right. And the same thing with like the wet nurse. Like they're not the direct parents, but they do kind of steal and snatch and hold on to these special infants. But the choir and Willem cover their eyes willingly. Right. And we do see like the fake Yosefka have a child as well. And aside from the night set, we do gain like access to the Retranslations, which we've already alluded and looked at before. We've looked at Chikage, or we have not looked at the Chikage. It's one of the newer items. And before going into the description, Chikage, the kanji for it does mean like 1,000 views or 1,000 scenes, something like that. Phonetically, Chi means blood and Kage means shadow. So it's more likely like a play on words. There's like the shadow of blood. And there are a lot of plays on words within the game. Arukimania did help point out to me off stream that the threaded cane might also have like a play on words. It's something we kind of looked at together. I did have like a little bit of it wrong. It's not so much like they wanted to avoid drinking beast blood. They wanted to avoid being engulfed by beast blood while they're out on the hunt, and that's why they use like the long range weapons so they don't become engulfed by that blood. And the word for engulfed is like literally similar to being drunk by the blood. So that's kind of like one of the plays on words that they'll use. And like as I've mentioned before, like messenger can also be pronounced the same way as dead person or deceased person. So it's something that does come up from time to time, and it's really hard to pick up on. You really have to pay attention. And like the orphan of Kos can also be interpreted as like the will of Kos, like the dying wills of Kos, or like the echoes of Kos. So it is interesting like how that wordplay does come into interpreting the story in places. So the Chikage is a foreign-made weapon wielded by the royal guards who protect Annalise, queen of the Vilebloods at Cainhurst Castle. When the intricate rippled engraving that spans the Chikage's blade is imbued with blood, the sword sings in scarlet hues. However, the rite eats away at the wielder's very essence. That's some pretty flowery language. I don't remember how the Japanese handled it off the top of my head. It says a complex rippling is etched into the slightly curved blade. When blood oozes into it, it takes on the form of a scarlet blood blade. However, it is a cursed technique that eats into you as well. So yeah, that's a lot more straightforward. The idea is still the same. Like by using blood, it'll get covered. The blade itself will become covered in it, and like it'll eat away at your HP as you use it, and you can kind of like swing the blood in the attacks. Soda says you didn't actually know about the Japanese transcription of the armor, so you take back your statement. But again, you think that Annalise not having eyes is a big deal. Dregs look like sperm, so it's definitely metaphorical. Potentially, and there's also the fact like how Erden can impregnate like Ariana. We see its influence potentially in Adela and Gascoigne's daughter as well, and like the false Yosefka. Like if you kill her before the blood moon, you get the Erden Wraith rune. So he's got his fingers in a lot of pots, so to speak. That's kind of a terrible reference now that I think about that. I don't remember the Evelyn. Did we pick that up, or is it just a purchasable item only? It's a special pistol used by Cainhurst Knights. The Evelyn uses quicksilver bullets, just as any workshop firearm, but the Cainhurst variant relies more on blood tinge. It's lovingly named after a woman and graced with an intricate design. Evelyn's were adored by Cainhurst knights. We don't ever get a real reference to the Evelyn beyond what's mentioned in this pistol. It is notable that like the firing pin hammer on the Evelyn and the Reiter Palache are the same. Where is it? They are the same, although you might only be able to see the Reiter Palache version. The concept artwork book, they resemble what's on the rifle spear, and more apparent in the artwork book as well. And those all resemble what's on the Oto firing pin badge as well. I think that's it for the new items dealing with Cainhurst. And yeah, the descriptions don't really change. It just talks about the silver that the armors are made out of, which, like, you know, goes back to the whole idea of like werewolves hating silver and things like that. I think we will cut it the stream short for now. I'll read chat before we go. I want to thank everyone for showing up and being supportive and for participating in chat. There's a lot of activity today. A little bit hard to keep up with at times. We ran a lot longer than normal, over 4 hours, when I typically try to shoot for 3 hours. Of course, like crashing on Logarius did delay things a little bit. So just to catch on everything. I missed the Evelyn in the chest. Oh, where is that? I think it. Oh, it's like near like one of the hidden rooms. Probably got distracted by the monsters. I'll go ahead and like maybe grab that off stream, or maybe not even worry about it since we can buy it. Wonder says he'll headcanon that Evelyn is depicted by one of the portraits that wouldn't depict Annalise instead. That's pretty good headcanon. I do like it. I still think that those figures are a little bit ambiguous, but yeah, maybe it's one of the bound women, and she's already been dead or doubly dead after we've killed her. Math thanks me for the stream. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate the expertise you brought to the chat. Rubito's good stream. Thank you. Thank you. Alright, everybody's just thanking, so yeah, I think we'll cut it for now. Tomorrow we'll use some of the Madman's knowledges, explore some of the arcane insights those will bring along. We'll do Rom, bring about the revelation of the Red Moon, and look at some things related to that as well, and go through Yahar'gul and all that kind of fun stuff. So that'll conclude for today. Sorry it ran a bit long. I've been adding these videos to YouTube now. We've got the Discord if you're more interested in talking about the lore off stream or getting alerts for when I go live, which has been every day at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time if you want to catch out the future streams. So that'll be it for today, and once again, thank everybody for showing up and participating in chat. Have a good day.